Let's see if this recording causes any problem. If you're seeing this on YouTube and there aren't any issues, I am recording at an even higher bitrate today. We're trying it. Worst case, something looks horrible and I don't know. I don't know what I'll do. I might just pull the stream directly. It is going to be a day that I don't want a lower bitrate, but I also want to see if this will work before KCD2 comes out, so we will check. We shall check. Oh, come on. There we go. So happy Thursday. I'm sorry I was gone yesterday. Hey Frades, is it ready yet? What's ready? How you doing? It turns out actually yesterday that I didn't have the appointment that I thought I was gonna have. Is the prototype ready yet? Yeah, I wish. Actually today we're working on seasons. I'm very excited for that. I'll get into that in a second. We have to add some of that to our project. I'm going to be prototyping seasons. It's not going to be as exciting as it could be, but it will still be pretty interesting. Yesterday I was, like I said, yesterday I didn't have the appointment that I thought I had. So I ended up just wasting time. But I did do some work on both of our production, and I did some research into data layers, and I think they are very, very promising for us. But I need to, well, today's going to be a bit more of a deeper delve into data layers, so it'll be both a more learning, more experience using it, and a full test to see whether or not I feel that it's possible to use data layers for our game. We shall see. A lot to discover today, but I'm excited for it. But hopefully you guys are doing well today. It's so weird. My bot in Discord is posting the streams, but I can't actually communicate with the bot. Or at least I couldn't yesterday. No, it's so weird. I don't know, the bots, okay, I'll have to get that fixed at some point. But yes, anyway, let's work on seasons today, and we're going to be doing that by getting a new level made. Let me think here. I could duplicate the puzzle testing map. Well, nah. What I really just need to do is copy over some of the things that are in there. But I'll just make a new level completely. New level. Open. I think if I select open world, it's already set up with world partitioning, which I think I need. You know what, let's just try it. There is a landscape in here, but I can just delete that. Get rid of all the lighting. Why can't I delete those? Alright, calm. Skyrim. Please, Jesus. Oh my god. That's better. Yeah, why can't I delete the landscape? Do I need to have it loaded into... World Partition Editor? Can I just delete this? Unload. Now we can. I cannot delete the HLODs. I do not know how to do that. Maybe I shouldn't have done it. Okay, you know what? New thing we're doing. New level, basic. Don't save. Oh, see, that's much better. It's crazy how easily that works. Yeah, let's keep the ground for the moment. We'll keep the floor, but I do want to delete all of the lighting. And then we'll pull in ultra dynamic. We will need ultra dynamic in this level. That is very important. Okay, so let me run you through a little bit about how data layers work according to what I discovered. If they work in here. I don't know if they will. So I need to enable world partition for this map. How do I do that? How do I? Let me save the map first as seasons. Testing E. Actually, this will be seasons and corruption. So let's do seasons corruption. I've never enabled data layers and world partition. UE5, enable world partition. Tools, convert level. Okay. Where is that? Convert settings. What is in place? Whether the conversion should create a new map or overwrite the source map. I think in place means overwrite. Okay, I don't know about any of those other things. A lot of work to convert an empty map. A world partition. Okay. Floor unloaded. Why is the floor unloaded? That's interesting. There we go. Okay. Okay, I can walk around. This is a good thing. That is a start. Let me grab some of the level blueprints from whatever we did in the prototype level. Hey, Illy. How you doing today? Oh. Okay. That's fine. We can leave those there. Yeah, I'm just going to grab all this. Are you trying world partition? We are using it. I don't know how much I'm going to do with it. So, realistically, our game should have world partition, our level. It doesn't. I do not have time to remake that level, at least before our prototype is due. But we will be doing it for the full game and for a vertical slice. I just messed up. Because, you know, I'm like an old Unreal dog, and I used the regular old school style of making a level initially. It was dumb. It was dumb and I shouldn't have done it, but our map is pretty small. But I have to enable it here because I want to use data layers. So at least I get a little bit of experience with it. Okay, that should give us all of our lovelies here. Beautiful. We have a bunch of errors because I have no alchemy table in the level. Actually, where is that error? Oh, it's in the context. We can just do a validity test. I think that'll prevent those errors from popping up. Yeah. Okay. Okay. We have all that working. That's beautiful. Let's get our ambient time of day. So we have some nice songs in here. And just for this level, I will set the current sound to like 0.5 and the music to off. That way it's not too blaring at the start of the game. We're gonna figure out how to properly use rope partition with some mountains. If you're looking forward and can't see them far away. So you're looking forward and can't see them far away. You can or can't? And I set music to 0. Why is it playing music? Huh? Fuck. Oh, because of the chunk unloading. I think there's like a way for that when you enter one chunk, you can determine which other chunks should be loaded if you're in that chunk. But don't quote me on that because I have, you know, theoretically no experience with it. Oh. Interesting, another thing we can fix. It's none trying to read. Well, you should be able to read it if it's valid. No weird. Hey, Sinsamil, how you doing? Happy Thursday. It's good to see you guys. I apologize about being gone yesterday. As it turned out, I actually didn't need to be gone yesterday. I had the dates wrong. I was like, okay, when's the appointment? And my fiance's like, what do you mean? Like, it's Wednesday. You said Wednesday we have the appointment. It's like, no, Wednesday we learn of the date that we'll have the appointment. I'm like, okay, well. Well, shit. How you doing, Odin? So I did get some work done yesterday, but just I was doing a little bit of research and was doing some stuff on the production side of things. And I will tell you guys about that very soon. Okay, let's see. Maps. Layer data. Unimportant. Make a new folder for seasons. Corruption. Gonna throw all of this in here. Source code config any and text files may need find replace. Okay, I'll just put the data layer stuff in there. That's primarily the most important thing anyway. Let's go ahead and make a new one. If we can, create new data layer with asset. And I think I'll just call this, you know, base for now. So this will be the base one, and then we're going to nest 4 into that. Or multiple. Let's see here. Your base belongs to us. Initial runtime state is activated. So there's 3 states. It can be either unloaded, loaded, or activated. So unloaded is that it's not even loaded into memory or VRAM or anything. Everything is just in a stagnant state. It doesn't exist, technically. The loaded state will load it, but it will not make it visible at all. So this is, you know, kind of, okay, load up the level, get it ready, prime it, you know, and this is an asynchronous action that's basically limited by how fast the individual's computer can run. Sorry, that was a mouthful. And then activated is where it's actually visible and all of the elements are working. So that's very nice. That's very, very nice. And what we're going to do is have 4 overlapping data layers, 1 for each season. And that should control all of the gameplay elements, maybe different animals that you find, whatever. That's how we're going to do seasons in the prototype, and we're going to determine if that's the way we want to move forward with that in the rest of the game. Which I think, yes, I think that would be. So we're going to be doing like a little bit of a beautiful corner sort of situation here. Are each of these 1 meter by 1 meter? How big are these squares? Yes. 1 meter cubed. So I want to make probably an area about 20 by 20. The game calls for a season, then it's already preloaded. In our case, what it's going to do is all of the data layers are stacked on top of each other, but only one is active at a time, right? So like, let's say the game starts in springtime. All the other data layers exist in that level, but none of them are actually loaded. And so it's not taking up any of your, you know, your VRAM, your RAM, or your disk usage or whatever. When it comes time to switch seasons, we're going to be unloading this one, loading the next one, and we might carry over some information. So if there's like a plant that's supposed to be growing in spring and summer, we might carry over that is valid in both seasons, and say, okay, is it harvested, is it not, how much time until it fully grows, and transfer that information over too. It is going to be tough because there are some things that are going to be part of the base, like a treasure chest is not part of the seasons, it's not part of the foliage. So that should exist within the base layer. And then on top, you know, the layers themselves contain mostly like foliage data or things that do need to change when a new season is called. So it is a bit of a technical challenge, and it will require a very good pipeline. Hey, Mr. Feeble. So we're going to try to discover that today and tomorrow probably, and determine what we need to do in order to make that pipeline work and be efficient. So I want to work on an area about this size. Something small, but not too small. So a nice 20 by 20 meters bit where we can have a few trees, a few plants, rocks, a couple of gameplay elements. We can throw in an animal or two and switch the seasons and make sure that all of the logic is functioning properly. So, yeah, you know, unfortunately, we're not going to be putting seasons into our main level. It would require a complete remake of that level, and while I want to do that, we don't have enough time to do that. It would be, in my opinion, we would spend weeks, weeks and weeks and weeks doing that, which we don't really have the time for yet. But after we do some conferences, if it's like, okay, this would give us a good amount of value for the publishers, then I might do that. And I might try to reach out to environment artists and see if they're willing to, you know, to jump in and join our project. But I think without money, it wouldn't happen. Okay, here. Let's see. Let's make a new data layer. And we will call this springtime. Just spring. We're going to make that a child of base. So we can load these separately. We can either load all of them that are nested, you know, we can do recursive loading, or we can just load specific ones at a time. So base should be loaded by default, springtime will not be. So unloaded, and we will turn it off from being visible. Actually, I can show you what happens. So I can make springtime the current layer, and I can throw a cube in there, right? And you can see that if I turn off the visibility of springtime, that disappears. Let me remove that from being loaded. I will make a blueprint for this. Data layer switcher. BP data layer switcher. Box collision. And for right now, what I'll do is make it nice and simple. On begin overlap, if other actor is equal to player character. Data layer subsystem. Nope, this one. What is it called? It was set data layer instance runtime state. Nope, not that one. So first we load it, and then we will activate it. And I will also make the box visible in game. So when we step within that box here, you can see the cube gets loaded. So that would be springtime being loaded. Of course, you might want that loaded by default, but that's generally how data layers work. And we'll probably want this data layer asset to be a variable. And make it instance editable. And probably also... We'll reconfigure this even further, but I'll just do stuff like here. Load. If true, load the data asset, otherwise unload. That actually should just work here. We can just set the state to unloaded. That'll work for now. Okay, so this one will load it, and then if we copy this over and we select unload, we should have this appear and then poof away. So that is kind of how data layers work. Now this is a very small example, but one of the more extreme examples was shown on by Epic themselves when they showed off world partition. So this light world and dark world are using data layers. So these two worlds are overlapping. So it's quite impressive what it can and can't do. But you can also use it to control like states of quests they mentioned. So I could imagine maybe a mine shaft is blocked by rubble, but you complete a quest and now you want that mine shaft to be uncleared. So you can just unload that data layer and, of the rubble, and now it's open. So that's a cool way to do it. So it's very, very scriptable and pretty easy to use, and it's all, asynchronous in that way, which is nice. So with proper usage of it, you shouldn't have any of that like hitching or stuttering that you might get with something being forced to run in your threads at that moment. So okay, let me go over to the launcher. I bought a pack with stylized seasonal assets that we're going to use here. I think it looks okay. Not amazing, but not too terrible either. Let's add this to Cauldron Proto. Content requires a supported engine version to be installed. Oh, wonderful. It does not support... What? Okay, that was weird. It gave me an error even though it says it's compatible with... I don't know. An Unreal being Unreal. Who could have guessed? Thankfully, this is a pretty small pack too. Actually. Not like 2 gigabytes of assets or something. Okay, so we should have it. Where is it? I don't see it. Probably here. I think this is it. I have no clue how they control the, They might just do it based on materials. So data layers will be used at some point, then it would be best to design your maps and quests with that in mind for future? Yes. Yeah, so we'll be doing that in vertical slice. But definitely not for the prototype, because we've kind of already done so much without it. That's why I'm testing it in a different map. But you are 100% right. Interesting, they must do it with different materials. Well, we could do that. Let me go to their map a sec. Let's save this map and let's go to their map. I want to see this firsthand. If they're not different meshes, that's actually pretty easy for us because then it's like a material parameter collection probably. That would be awesome. We still want to use data layers, but that means I don't have to put meshes on different data layers, which will save time. So that is the correct way to do it, is to control the seasonal aspects with a combination of data layers and material parameters. Because then you don't need 4 trees placed in the same spot, and if you change one tree, you have to change the location of the other trees. You only want to have to place one of them, right? Just compiling shaders for the new stuff. We'll give it a sec. The things we will need to change though with data layers would be like the ingredients. It'd be great to transfer everything if necessary. It would be great to do as much as we can just to make it believable. These assets actually look pretty nice. They're not exactly in line with the rest of our map, but they're also not far off. So here we can kind of see the different biomes at work. Their overview level probably also is pretty similar to that. Custom leaf materials and fully customizable material layers. Very, very nice. This is actually also useful for us because we want to do a corrupted section of the land too. So essentially we'll be doing these exactly like this, but overlapping each other. Just an extreme example, something like a mountain in the winter and a crater in the summer. You could do that, yeah, you absolutely could. Hey, Ricky. I know what you're doing, but these assets look beautiful. Thank you, they are not mine. This was I can pull it for you if you're curious. I'm not an artist. It is this pack here. So if you're looking for stylized nature with seasons, this seems to be pretty good. And I can also check, out of curiosity, the shader complexity. Give it a second. Actually prepare these shaders. Shader complexity is actually pretty bad on these. Okay. Buyer beware. Why is it so horrible? I wonder if it's with all the different layers. Like, did you buy it? Yeah, I bought it for, I think it was like $30. So we're making a prototype, so I want to use assets that are easy, quick, fast, you know, to implement. And then when we go to making our vertical slice and starting to enter production, we hire the people to make the actual assets themselves, and we replace all these placeholder ones. So this is a good way for us to get a publisher and to make it look pretty, and then we can build that unique content when we enter production. Well, you know, the good thing is that I'm using this in a prototype map because the shader complexity is pretty bad. So you make an open world game? Yeah, let me show you. Also, welcome. Hope you're having a good Thursday. This is our current prototype map. It's a very small section of, you know, a much larger world, just to showcase all the gameplay elements. But I don't have the time or desire to overhaul this whole map. And thank you for the follow as well. So we're prototyping the seasons and corruption mechanics in a separate map. And then when it comes time to make that vertical slice, or if we have the time to make a completely new map, we can do it that way. But for right now, this is our prototype map. Today it's going to be a little bit boring though. We're just going to be in that separate map. This one. Just testing out these data layers. Okay. So I want to... How can I view that? Make current data layer. Make it visible. It is weird though, it should have the cube there. Let's see it. Game looks really good, thank you. I appreciate that, man. Thank you so much. Our goal is to finish up the prototype and pitch this to a publisher, and we're looking for about 3 to 4 million US dollars in funding. From that, we will hire a team of about 15 full-time individuals to work on the game over the course of about 3 years. I have not decided yet if we want to go to early access. It's possible, but I won't be doing that until we have a vertical slice. So we do need about $700,000 to $1 million to make our vertical slice the way that I think it should be made. Yeah, it's not going to be cheap. It's not going to be quick. But I want to make a good game, not a cheap game. Why is that cube not visible? No, I didn't save it. That's why. All right, let's see. Let's make the base our current level here. And let's place down... We place down a landscape. Yes, we should place down a landscape. Just a tiny one, though. What is vertical slice? That's a good question. So a vertical slice is a stage of development that it indicates a region of your world that is up to snuff with the production level pipelines and the release level quality. So if you've ever played Witcher 3, and let me know if you haven't, because I can think of a different example. But Witcher 3's White Orchard level was likely their vertical slice. You know, it's a very small section of the game map. It's separate, but it contains all of the gameplay elements at a high level of quality. And then you essentially, when you build out the rest of the game, you expand that same idea. Yeah, a demo, but a demo without any placeholders. So you still might have some things that are unfinished or unpolished, especially like UI. But the game itself should, or the map or the area should itself have everything that you're going to find in the rest of the game to test it out, to make sure it works, to properly balance it, to set up the density of the points of interest. So White Orchard here is exactly what I would say is a good vertical slice. You have everything you're going to find in the rest of the game. All of the points of interest. You have mini bosses, you have quest lines, you have a settlement, a tavern, an armorer, treasures, the waste stones for getting more skill points, everything. And the rest of the world is like this, but just bigger and more. So it's a really good way to determine how long do we need to make certain aspects of the game, how much time did it need to place all these points of interest, have we refined our pipelines enough that we feel confident jumping into the rest of production, into alpha development. And then you can determine a budget and timeline pretty accurately from that. So you're gonna know if it's really worth it to go further and test the gameplay. 100%. Yeah. So if they tested White Orchard and they're like, well, okay, this is fun, but I don't know, the waystones, we don't like how they look or how they act or something. Then they can fix it here, and they only need to adjust 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them, rather than the, over 100 that exist in the main game. So they do this, they refine it, they keep working, iterating, and then they can expand after they've decided that their vertical slice is complete. And the cool thing too is about this is that they'll then use this in like marketing material to show off like early gameplay footage. And people can be pretty confident that if they like what they see here, they'll be able to enjoy the rest of the game too. How confident are you in finding a publisher you'd like to work with? With enough time and persistence, pretty confident. It just depends on how willing they are to give us money this year, because they were not very... Nobody was giving any money out last year. Last year was horrible for getting a publisher. World partition grid size, what does that mean? Number of components. I just want a 1 by 1. No publishers. Oh, I can't decrease the res. Okay, section size. I can decrease the quads. Let's go with a 31 by 31, maybe. I think 15 by 15 is too small, so we'll do a 31 by 31 quad for the landscape to test this out. Do we want to use a different master material? Let me see if there's one in the new pack. Where is it? Here, environment, landscape, material, master. Oh, there's two. So one called M Terrain and one called M Seasons. I don't know which one we should use. Probably this one. Let's try doing that. Did that work? There we go. Our season's gonna change, or it's gonna be like different in different parts of the world. They are gonna change, but we will have biomes. So each biome will need to have a different difference for seasons too. So I think for right now though, I will just be showing off the forest in each season. But then when we can sell this to publishers, they'll tell us. We can tell them how much money we're looking for. And sand. Okay, so this should be the... Oh, why's it black? Something to do with the virtual textures. If I had to guess. Why is it like that? I know it's something to do with the virtual textures, with the virtual shadow maps or something. I forget how to fix it. Let me look it up. Landscape layer blends, created layer info, yes. Blah, blah, blah. Could be something within the landscape actor itself. Sure. Let me test it. I will hydrate. There is a virtual texture setting. But I think these are generated. Why is that like that? What did they do with their landscape? MI terrain landscape. Hold on a sec. Where was that master material for theirs? Landscape. Maybe I should have used the material instance and not the master. That didn't change it either, so. Well, we will switch over to the material instance, but I want to see why. Okay, so it does have to do with their virtual textures. Okay, so I am right about that at least. How did they generate that? Working on grass, that is exactly what we're doing, because I don't know why it's... I don't know how to make those virtual textures. I don't think I've ever had to mess with them. You make the animation for grass, or like Unreal has some kind of feature for that? Oh, for like the waving of that? There is something built in for like called like a simple wind that can move the material around. You never messed with grass before? What do I draw in main path? Let's figure it out. UE5 black grass virtual texture. Oh, we need an RVT volume. I feel like I remember that. I feel like I had to place one of those down, actually. How do I get it bigger? Bounds align actor. Landscape. Snap to landscape. How do I get that to work? Yeah, there's some really nice, just like built-in features for all of this. I'm so close. I remember doing this. I remember doing this in my main world. I just forget how it worked. Landscape streaming proxy, runtime virtual texture volume. We've set it to the bounds of the landscape. It should be that large. Do I need to select some virtual texture? I thought this had to be generated. Streaming texture. Yeah, why does that not work? Copy bouncing has set the Z height on 0, so it could not see any texture. That might be the problem. It is either very high. Hmm. Yeah, it's weird. The world outliner, search runtime virtual texture v runtime, the volume box. And under the virtual texture section, select your virtual texture. Or runtime virtual texture volume. Search for the virtual texture. But which one is it this one? RVT landscape? Oh. Something changed color. Not the grass, though. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get this resolved. Oh! Who's doing that? Right where it should be. Hey Rex, we're doing grass. Yeah, my grass is black. It should not be black. I don't know why the grass is black. We're gonna fix that. Somehow. Where's that material instance for the terrain? I think this one, right? Okay, grass is still black. Where is the virtual? Draw in virtual. Don't think it's this one. Horizon, thank you for the follow. You change grass? Okay, we're doing seasons, and I'm trying to get my grass to not be black. My grass is black. I don't know why. I'm gonna figure it out. Let us go over to their testing map. Yeah, where's their... RVT, height, landscape, and seasons. How do these get generated, though? If I delete one of these, what happens? Okay, so the grass turns black. So clearly this is relevant. What are these, though? Runtime, virtual, texture, volumes. There are 3 of them. And what's the difference here? Height and landscape. So did they how did they do this? How did they paint on the runtime virtual texture? How do they accomplish that? I'll check stuff out in a bit. Oh, no, I want to keep the momentum going here. Runtime virtual texture volume. Okay. Do you have to make a new one? Create new asset. RVT landscape. All I know is this was the one that was affecting the grass color, so let's solve this one first. How do I do it? I could just set up the other ones too. Might as well just check. Okay, let's make a new volume then. This one will be the seasons. we'll select the landscape, set bounds, snap. So if I paint on here, I can clearly paint the other aspects, but I can't control. Grass is still black. I don't know why. Maybe there's documentation for this. Never thought about that. Looks almost like a shadow. It is a virtual texture map problem. But I don't know the reason for it. Setup guide. Project settings. Okay, this is what we're looking for. Enable virtual texture support. We do have that. Okay, we've set up the layer info. Create another landscape with the MI Seasons instance material. Create another landscape? Okay. Interesting. And they want us to select the MI Seasons. Change section size to 255 by 255 quads. Huge. And the number of components to 2 by 2. Okay. Press create. Okay. We just need to make sure the season's landscape fits our terrain landscape. It doesn't need to be high resolution so we can reduce it. Okay, move the landscape seasons below the landscape terrain. Hey, Pelicanine, looks terrific. Save that for when it does look terrific and not like an amorphous blob. How you doing, though? Yeah, let's move this down. I did not fix our problem, so we're still working on that. In the details panel of the landscape season, scroll down to the virtual textures and draw in virtual texture slot. Select the RVT season. Okay. Okay. Let me do that. Where's the virtual textures? Here it is. And the draw in is the RVT season. Then press create volume. I don't see create volumes. No runtime virtual textures found in the world. No, there's gotta be something. Okay, what did we miss? Is virtual textures not enabled or something? Hold on, let me check. Virtual textures. Enable virtual texture support. Do I maybe need to enable something else? Shadow map method. Change it to shadow maps and not virtual shadow maps. Does that need to be on? Because no, it shouldn't, because otherwise the demo maps won't work. So I don't think that's the problem. I don't think it would have anything to do with the lighting. Create. Layer info is set up. Oh, hold on. Let me do one thing. Maybe this is relevant. I forgot to set up the data layer info for the second landscape. Might be relevant. Lazy Fangs, thank you for the resub, man. Thank you for the 13 months.
Lazy podkreślenie Fangs just subscribed. Lazyfarew, Lazyfarew.
How you doing, man? Okay, hold on. It's an issue with something here within the RVT. What's different between these two? I don't know, but let's just select this one because this one allows us to create volumes. Okay, I pressed it. What do I do now? In the outliner, let's rename this RVT to RVT Seasons. Oh, it made a new one. Okay, which one is this though? I think it's this bottom one. RVT Seasons. Okay. Do the same for landscape terrain, but instead select the RVT landscape, then press create volumes. Okay. Okay. There we go. There we go. RVT landscapes. Now we're talking. Okay, anything else? I do want to see how they're painting the seasons. They're selecting the landscape seasons and then they're just painting that on top. Okay, let me see how that looks. It's like it's off centered. It's working, but it's off centered. Doing some weird flickering. Do that here. Yes. What if it has to do with the size of the virtual textures? Shit, is this grass? This is grass. Hey, Kimezu. Can't stay long, but I hope you're having an amazing stream day. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good good morning too, or evening, or midday. Someday. Why is that messing up? RVT season. Is there like a specific thing that I can do here to fix it? I will sip. Yeah, it's like not only is it off-centered, it looks like there's multiple something weird going on with that. I could try resetting the, like setting it up differently. Delete it all and try again. Let me do that. I don't like this. And delete these. Oh, I have to delete. I think I have to delete landscapes within manage. Yeah. Or not. No, you should just be able to delete landscapes. You select cleared current data layers. Make my current data layer. This landscape is in there. I can't delete the landscapes. Oh, just die already. Oh my god. Yes, delete, 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 delete. Get out of here. Delete this, delete this. Okay, it's all gone. Yeah, in Minecraft. Unload. Unload for the moment. Alright, let me try this again. New landscape. We want the terrain master. Terrain landscape here. Section size of 31 by 31 quads. I will do the 2 by 2 sections. It's gonna be a bit bigger than anticipated, but that's fine. I'm wondering if that's potentially some... if there was some problem there with that. Okay, create. It is black, that is fine. We set this up. Okay, bootyful. we need to make a new one. And this is using the season. Instance material. And this needed to be how big? I already forgot. It just says make it massive. 255 by 255, which I don't really want to do, but okay. And he has it set to 1 by 1 sections. I'm curious what happens if I set it just to 2 by 2. Number of components 2. He says it doesn't need to be high resolution, so we can reduce it. Oh, this is exactly... Oh, I see. It has to be that. Okay, that's fine. Create. Okay, and then set this to be below. Where's my gizmo? Like so. Okay, and then we go into, we rename these. So this is landscape terrain, landscape seasons. Okay, and in seasons, we set up the virtual texture. That was good. I like that. RVT season, create volumes. And then do the same for terrain. RVT landscape, there's 2 of them. This one. Create volumes. Okay, we're back to here. How you doing, Ice Creek? That was a really fast combo. Last time he said that he opened up 4 instances of the stream just to do that. It was very impressive. Okay, we can move terrain all the way down to the ground here. Kimbeto, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Okay, let's see if this works. Landscape seasons. Is that the one that I have to paint on? Still off-centered. That's so weird. I mean, I guess I can work like that, but that's... Making a soccer field? Yes. Right now I'm trying to figure out why it's not painting accurate. Being kind of annoying too. It's like it... just looks weird. I wonder if it has to do with the season's landscape being so much larger. Or if because we're... You know what I bet the issue was? It's just because of the perspective. Because the second landscape is so much lower than that. We move this up, it'll be fixed. I think that's the only issue. Move that to 7 and move this to 6. Okay, maybe it has to be a little bit lower. Let me see. Okay, it's not that. Hold on, go back. Okay. Awkward looking. I want to move it up, but I don't want to cause a problem with it. It just kind of... You know what I bet it is? I bet it's that the RVT isn't snapping to the landscape. I can fix that. RVT, snap to landscape. Snap to landscape. Maybe I need to tell it to re-snap every time. Yeah, I just need to reset the bounds. Okay, that's fine, I suppose. Let's move that up. There. Now if we paint on it, it shouldn't have that problem. Yeah. It was just that it was so much lower that, because I was technically painting the landscape below this one, that there was too much space, so the angle was different, and it was making it look weird. Now, I could have painted it from a perspective view, or from the an orthographic view from top, which would have resolved that too. But moving it closer is probably a bit easier, so I can keep the perspective. Okay, well, I can paint that. We still have weird issues like this, though. And I don't know why. Like, it's constantly resizing the virtual texture pool. That's our next thing to fix. 3.5 virtual texture pool size. The same problem, couldn't solve it. Pool auto grow in editor. Ran into this issue when trying to enable landscape displacement. So far it fixed my issues. So just disable the pool autogrow, okay. Competitor, it's not called FIFA anymore though, is it? It's called, what do they call it now? Because they can't call it FIFA? Pool. Pool autogrow and editor. That doesn't fix the issue with the coloration, though. I mean, that does. It still has that green. Now there's no green. I wonder if we have to set tool strength to 100. Oh, I wonder if that's the primary issue. Really finicky, though. You have to reload it or something. That's weird. Hmm. It's not really gonna work if that's how it acts. Hmm. Yeah, I get how it's working. But if I can't reliably paint on it, then there's certainly an issue there. Could try, building the landscape. Maybe that building it is part of the issue. I don't really know. We'll just try building things and see what happens. I have an idea. Oh yeah. Taking a long time. Control A, delete. I'm half tempted. Here's the thing, if we're gonna use data layers, just switch between these though, I feel like I actually need a separate seasonal landscape for each season, which is not really that much of a problem, but if I can't get it to work reliably with the colors, then not much of a solution. Their test map looked okay too, so there's something I'm missing. I don't know what it is. Your idea sucked. By the way, you guys can, I haven't fully set it up yet, but if you type in ! progress, there is now a public U-track board that I am starting to build, where you can track our progress. I've only just started to put some things in there from our Trello. It's really bare bones. We'll be setting that up. Me and the producer will be setting that up just over time. Have a producer now? Yeah. Why does it take so long? What the hell's going on? Stop it. Yeah, build canceled. That's right. It looks worse now, too. Wait, what? It looks worse now. What's going on? We'll save the stuff for later in the stream mode, and I don't want to get too off topic here and forget what I'm trying to do. My train of thought is very easily lost. Oh, now it's fixed. Yeah, see, it looks okay when I simulate, but not when I jump into the level. I don't know, sometimes it looks fine, other times it doesn't. Really obnoxious. Let me try mixing these. Yeah, see, it's like... Why? Why does this happen? Floor, large actor receives a pre-shadow. Okay, I don't care about that. I mean, to be honest, I can just delete the floor. Paint mixing, yeah, but it's not. Like, I'm painting at 100% tool strength with no fall off. And it looks fine here. It even looks fine if I simulate. I don't get it. But then if I play an editor... Like, what is this? Why is this here? Why is this here? They're spies. Out of curiosity, because we won't be having this sort of blending, does this still occur if I just paint the entire area 1? If I just go like this, and I don't give it any room to creep in. No issue. So there's something about it being in close proximity, which, you know, at least to be thankful, will not be the case for our game. Only one of these will be active at any time. But it's still occurring here. What is this? And now it's gone. But now it's back here. I don't know what's going on. Wait. But it can't be feathering when I am doing it with no fall off, maximum tool strength in this entire region. And it looks fine here. It looks fine in editor. It looks fine if I simulate. But if I play in editor, sometimes there are problems. By the way, don't worry about the like super edges. The super crazy edges are not important. Just the internal area. We don't care about that. We can get rid of the grass and the edges there. Type of fall off. But how can it be fall off? How can it be fall off when any fall off would be occurring at these edges here? PSN account is now optional for PC Sony games, and PlayStation fanboys are mad as fuck. Why are they mad? It was a horrible idea by Sony. Roll paint spring. Now we're spring. I think those are supposed to be white. And there we go. Another weird patch. It could just be one of those things that is problematic with play in editor, and if you build the level, you won't experience that issue. My better guess, though, is that there's something weird with the virtual texture maps. It doesn't have multiple paints. It's not multiple paints. It's only one paint. These overwrite. There's no erase for this. You keep the paint the same, but load it multiple times as a change. Yes, it did appear to change every time I reloaded it. It would like have different areas that were presenting problems. Really weird. I mean, honestly, it's not that big of a deal. But it is annoying. Really, really annoying. Alright, let's see here. Technically, this whole thing should be springtime. Can I artificially increase this? I can. There, that is spring. Technically, we were painting in the base. I need to move this to... Yeah, I would need to move this to spring. I could probably keep the same RVT, but maybe not. Let's assume not. Move selected. Hold on, make current data layer. Can't add them to that. Why can I not? Collection contains non-user managed actors. Can landscapes not be added to data layers? No, they should be able to. Hey, Jones. Good classic. Can I really not have that? Data layer assets. So working on puzzles? No, we're working on seasons, and I'm trying to figure out the technical pipeline that we want to use here for it. UE5 landscape data layer. Yeah, it isn't. Why can't you use landscape proxies? Let's just explaining data layers. I mean, there are edit layers in landscapes. How do we add a new layer? UE5 landscape edit layer. Enable edit layers. Maybe I didn't have that enabled initially. It is enabled by default, so it should be there. Okay, rename. Sculpt. Okay, doing some sculpting, I see. Okay, I get it. I get a big steaming pile of turd. Okay. Okay, create a new one, flatten. And then you can blend between them. Okay, does this work with painting? If it does, we're golden. Well, I can't right click and make a new layer, which is weird. Yes, I can. Okay, so layer 1, let's rename this to spring. Let's try this. Spring. Let's just set it to winter, just so I can quickly check these. Now, if I can't change these during runtime, I'm fucked. Oh, it's the wrong one. Hold. It says edit layers. I don't think you can change this during runtime. But that's fine. Okay. Oh, we'd have to set the alpha of bring to 0. So it does work with painting. The question is, can this actually change during runtime? Meaning that we only really need to use one, we can just use layers and we can switch between the layers. You pull in the landscape. Maybe something in the landscape subsystem too. I don't even know what I would call for it. V5 switch landscape layer runtime. Anyone ever been able to change landscape material layers at runtime? Splat mats. The fuck is a splat mat? Landscape edit layers is an editor-only feature. Okay. If that's the case, we have two options I know of, potentially more. We can do a material parameter, or multiple landscapes that we make visible or invisible. Can I even make landscapes? I mean, theoretically, well, let me think. No, you want to keep the RVT. It said it hidden in game. Doesn't seem to do anything. If I can't include them in data layers, I can't switch them out during runtime. That's annoying. You really can't, huh? I mean, I can get all actors of class landscape. I don't know what I would check, though. I can set a landscape material parameter. I don't think that's how it works, though, for the material. Let me check, though. Because that would be the easiest part, is just update a material parameter. And, you know, it handles the rest on the master. But it's doing this, I understand why they do it in this way, you know, so that you can paint it. That is nice. In our case, we wouldn't want that or need that. And it grabs it from the material function, which is between that. I mean, theoretically, yes, it can be done. But this would be quite a complex undertaking. Is there an easier way that we can accomplish? Visibility, no. I mean, I can try to set the actor hidden in game, but I don't think this will work. Worth a shot, though. Yeah, it's clearly not doing it. And I don't think I can, like, modify it at runtime so that... I don't know. it would have to have this modified. Is the only place that it calls the seasons is the grass? No, it can't be. It modifies the... This is for the terrain, so there might be another one for the other materials. Such as the stone and the leaves. That's just landscape. Trees, materials... The trunk, though. This is all just beyond my comprehension, personally. Okay. If we can't put landscapes in data layers, we can't change landscape layer info during runtime. You're working with materials? I need to switch the same section of this landscape out for different seasons. And based on the setup of the material, I don't think there's any sort of parameter that I could easily control. I think. And see the material functions. Like, I could replace the masks with parameters from the material parameter collection. For the lerps. Right? Because if this is where it sets like the grass color, for instance, instead of grabbing the mask from the landscape material, which, you know, is being set from that second landscape, during runtime, I should be able to just update these values into the material parameter collection, which should override. I guess I can try it. That's what you did? I'm thinking that might be your way of doing it. I still haven't really worked with this stuff too much, but I will. We're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. Okay. Okay. Materials. Let's call this seasons. I need to make a new material parameter collection. Seasons. And I want 4 scalar values. We're going to call this spring, summer, autumn, winter. Default is spring. Are you addicted to working on CC, or do you have to force yourself to do it like a job? If I ever start to feel burnt out, I just take a break from working on it, and we just play like another game, or we do something else entirely. So if I ever come in, and I will never force myself to work on this game. Let's put it that way. I like working on it. There are times where I get really frustrated and tired, and I just need a break, and I will take that break. Even if all of you are wanting me to work on the game, I will do it what I need to do in order to not get burnt out and hate it. You've been trying to become addicted to Unreal, and I think it's working. Yeah, just don't burn yourself out, or you'll end up hating what you're doing. Okay, how do I grab a material parameter collection value? Collection parameter. NPC seasons. That is good. That is what we want. Parameter name. Spring. And we replace the alpha with that. Okay. Do this, then summer, autumn, winter. Summer is not used as an alpha, so I think it assumes summer and then uses autumn and winter here. Now, if that's the only thing that controls the mask for grass, we have summer. Now, let me try this. If I change this, because right now it's in spring, to autumn. We have autumn. Okay. I think I have our solution. Oops, oopsies, I said it's a -1. We'll have to do this anywhere that mask is, you know, check is used though. Okay, so during runtime, let's just test this out. If the player walks in there, material parameter, set scalar parameter value in NPC seasons, spring to 0, and then autumn to 1. Please work. Holy shit, please work. Please, this is literally the only thing that I can think of that would do what I needed to do. Yes, but it's weird. It's like it has to be reloaded. Okay, how can we do that? How can I reload that? It is changing it. It is changing it. There's something weird with the virtual textures. I don't think it's not an engine restart. It's something within while you're playing. Because it is working. But it's almost like the foliage. The landscape itself needs to just be reloaded. Because if you start to, like, you know, I don't know, do this or... Like, it is updating. I just don't know what is. And maybe there's some sort of command that I could call. Refresh. Landscape. I could disable grass and then re-enable grass. Hold on. What if I did this? Damn it. Enjoying Unreal, but the learning curve is slightly unpleasant. It is pretty high. Prevents me from spending as much time on Unreal as I would like to. Yeah, I got a friend like that too, who is... I have a few friends who are trying to learn Unreal, but it really is a high learning curve. You have to keep messing with it. And then they keep updating it with new things. Okay. If it's an issue with the virtual texture map, maybe there's a way to refresh virtual textures. UE5, refresh virtual textures runtime. Then use node invalidate on virtual texture component. Forces VT to update in real time. Get the RVT volume material. One person. Okay. And remember, all we needed this to do is to check if it works. And then when we start working on vertical slice, we can refine this pipeline, maybe find a different way. You know, an art director with 15, 20 years is going to have a lot of different possible methods than I will, who knows nothing about this. So we'll try this. Get virtual texture component, invalidate. Do I need to input world bounds? Yes. Why was it not on this one though? Just do that. Well, 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 how are the turntables? This is a start. This is indeed a start. This is good. I like this. I'm feeling better. I have a half chub right now with the thought that this might work. Okay, let me update the other materials where this is likely relevant. Can I throw down some meshes? Test this. And I'll just go mesh by mesh, you know, material by material, and make sure that we actually have this working. Because I assume that there are a lot of master materials in here. Terrain seems to be hooked up because we have that. Actually, you know what? There might be other things in the material functions. So let's just type in season. I don't see the material functions. Go. MF seasons color. So I'm thinking here, do we even need that second landscape? No. Yeah, come on. Hot takes only, cancel me please, deliver tags, thank you. Yeah, we are a safe space for discussions. We're a safe space for people who usually don't last long in other safe spaces. Look, I accept the reality that people will have different opinions than me, especially about controversial topics. And you know what? I'm not going to ban people for that. It's just... as long as you're not being like a dick in chat, I don't care about whatever people's views are. Unfortunately, though, that does get me labeled as some sort of, I don't know, insert many words here. Okay, let's move these down here. I'll still keep the old colors there. I'm not going to delete them, but we just won't use them. Okay. I mean, I could try disabling the seasons. I feel like it actually isn't needed. Because all it was doing was setting up the mask. But you know what? It also isn't that expensive to keep, so I'll just keep it there. And we can... I don't know, just put like a... put like a floor above it or something. We'll figure it out. Okay, for now though, let's get this set up. Let's start putting some rocks in and see what it looks like. I kind of just need one of every mesh in order to test out if this actually works. Oh, that is fucking huge. Jesus Christ. Okay. I like the rock though. That is nice looking. Alright, let's put that there. That'll check the boulders. Let's put a bush in there. We like bush. George W. Don't know why it's messed up though. Might be some... material that needs to be recompiled. Material references too many material parameter collections. The material may only reference 2 different collections. Huh? The fuck you mean? Okay, I can move those. Hold on, I can move those two. I didn't know there was an existing material parameter collection. Apparently there is, though. I'll just throw them in here, I guess. I can modify them either way, so wherever they're located, it doesn't matter. Spring. I did not know about that though. Summer, autumn, winter. Okay, there we go. Make sure we change this too. Okay, back to what we were doing. What other static meshes can we test out here? Let's get one of these in here. Let's get one of these trees. One of these two is also messed up. Oh, it's got the wrong material. Oh, it's... Oh, wait, the collision? Oh, it's got a different collision mesh. Okay, ignore that then. One of these in here. One of these. One of these bad boys. And I think that's generally okay. And let's see what happens if we switch the... These in the wrong place. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Oh, thank God. It's gonna work. Oh my God. It's not gonna look super pretty, but the transition that it does in real time there is not going to be seen. You know, we're gonna like fade to black and then do it, and either way, the good thing is it can actually work. We don't need different landscapes. All we need to do is invalidate the runtime virtual textures, which is fine. Oh my God, I was so scared there that wouldn't work. Thank the Lord. Praise Raptor Jesus. Okay, so we can build the base level here and then have four different boxes, one for each season that the player can walk into, and we can show off the different seasons. One more thing I have to check, because this is quite important, is that can I place foliage down, such as my interactables, and have them exist? Do those work, right? Because they're like blueprint foliage instances, and they are kind of, they're a little bit buggy. So let's go into the base. Let's make that our current data layer, and now at the spring, we're going to try two things here. Number one, blueprint, collectible. Oop, not that one. Treasure chest. Where is that? We'll place one of these in here. So this is part of the base world. So if we switch to spring, this shouldn't disappear, right? Because we're not switching from, we're not unloading the base level. But if we switch, yeah, for right now, let me do this. Let me go to here. This will load spring, but technically we'll make it autumn. And I want to place something that would only be findable in autumn. So undo that, make this our current. Foliage, single. Let's just place a mushroom. Why is that not working? Why can I not place actor foliage in here? Hold on a second. Actor foliage can no longer be added as foliage in UE 5.1. Now foliage is only static mesh foliage. Really? But it was working before. You can right click a foliage type, replace with, and then change it to actor foliage. Why did they get rid of that? You can do it though. Okay, that's weird. Hey, Yampus. They want to prevent foliage from being interactive, I guess, for performance sake. That's understandable. Actor's quite a powerful instance. I mean, that's true. The reason I always added it was because it was a nice way to count the number of instances that I had in there. And I was hoping, but it didn't work, that it would respect the culling distance rules of the foliage. Which, I don't know, it wasn't working, so not a big deal for a prototype, but I guess we will need to find an alternate solution. But thank you for letting me know. Let's see if it still works. Okay, it does. So that should only be visible. Uh-oh. Not. Weird. Oh no, it says it is. Wait, is it automatically loaded? No, it's set to unloaded. So why is it loading? Okay, let me try placing one down apart from that. So this is like just a normal one. So does this one appear? No. Okay, so yeah, actor foliage is certainly not going to be possible moving forward. That's unfortunate. Well, it wasn't really working properly with the foliage system anyway, so not a big deal, I suppose. Okay, let's connect that up, and we should have that mushroom pier. It does. Beautiful. I'm curious what happens if we... It does reset it. Is there a way to... This is going to be quite a question. Is there a way to unload that blueprint and to reload it and remember the state that it was in? How would we save that? We'd have to give it a unique ID so that when we reload it, we check for that ID and we would save its info and then on reload to set its info. It's quite interesting to view. Static meshes can be batch compiled in the GPU process, which speeds up level loading tremendously with hundreds of thousands of rendered instances. Can they really? I think that will be something interesting to keep in mind. It depends on what we add or what we load and unload. You just prevent it from being displayed. Okay, so but here's what I... Can I? I guess instead of unload... Well, no. Well, here's the thing. I don't want the... It'll still be loaded in memory, though. Which is why I wanted to use data layers. Because, you know, potentially we will have hundreds of instances of things like ingredients that might change between seasons. Yeah, that's sorry, I should have explained that. So what I wanted to do is that if you... Well, no, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't matter. What I'm thinking of doing would not matter, because there's no case where the player would immediately switch between... Well... That's not true. Table with UID saving the state. That could be done. Here's the case. So if we have spring, summer, autumn, winter, and there is an ingredient that should be growing in spring and summer, we need to not... How would that exist? It would have to exist as two separate entities. Right? And that's the case where we would have to carry over that data between seasons. Data table with the spread instances with vector location and data, and when your season is there, you generate meshes at the given data key. We generate the mesh. Well, or the actor in this case, but either way, you know that it works, right? You spawn actor at location. Let me think here. Let me think. When switching season, we grab information of which season we're switching to. We do a for each through actors that are relevant here. We can use like a BPI to check this, right? Like BPI seasons or something. And then if they are going to be existing in the next season too, we save that information. And then we could either do a big spawn and coal. I mean, it would be... It's doable. Yeah, it's doable. Yeah. Like, just fetching data. Yeah, we could do that. I guess you can create actors based off of... Yeah, we can create actors. So we could spawn actors. So, no, there is a way to do it. And I should make it here because that would be helping to eliminate my unknowns. Do you want them to spawn in the same spot as a different ingredient, or will they all have different spots each season? I'm thinking different spots. Yeah, Piz, thank you for the follow. And thank you for the help, too. It's always great to work these things through with you guys. Okay, data layers then. Would we have any use for data layers for ingredients? Can you work with JSON? I mean, I can, but I can create my own structures. So in this case, I'd probably make my own structure. And then at that switch, we just fill up a data table during runtime and save it in memory. I'm wondering though if there's a better way to do it with data layers. Because the cool thing about these is that these aren't saved in memory until I need them to be loaded. So they're really efficient. As opposed to always having an actor there but not being visible, it's still then loaded into memory. So I can do it that way too, but if there's maybe a way to do it a bit more efficiently, it would be definitely optimal. Or big arrays containing objects that are dead, and then you can just switch index and season change. That is, I guess, let's call that our fallback solution. It's definitely not efficient, but it is doable. And I will do it if we need to. Because all this level really needs to exist for, primarily, is to convince publishers that seasons are cool and we want them. So, at the end of the day, that's really what it's necessary for. However, if I can also help to provide our art team, like our art director, when we hire them, hey, I tried this, this, and this, and here are my results of what worked and how it worked, that would just help us get to, moving to the next phase a bit faster. And right now, my cost is very cheap, so the more unknowns that I can eliminate at this stage, the better. Okay, so we can't use actor foliage. That's fine, it sucks, but it's fine. We can still use the blueprints, and those can appear and disappear based on the season. That's doable. I have to go back to work. Good luck working, and thank you. And thank you for the follow as well. Always appreciated. Let me think here. In that, we could still on switch grab. Maybe we could use. Oh, I mean, I can always mix data layers. Technically, I could do data layers for each individual ingredient type. I'm not saying that this is the best thing to do or what we should do. But then I can use a data table to determine which ingredients should be visible during which seasons. And we switch between that. And because if there's any case of 2 seasons back to back, then we wouldn't be unloading that. But at the time that we do unload it, so say something is available during spring, autumn, and or spring, summer, and winter. Sorry, so we have that gap of autumn. At the start of spring, we load it. At the start of summer, we don't unload it, right? Because it should still exist. At the end of summer, so let's say you just picked one of these mushrooms, but they're not available in autumn, we unload it. We don't need to save the fact that it was picked, because by the time that winter comes around and that new ingredient is available, it would have already passed enough time for that ingredient to respawn. So that is one way. Let's think about it from a different perspective. We have that tree that you can heal in the open world, and it spawns those ingredients at the base of the tree. Well, that would be separate data. I mean, it would just be nested data layers. Is there an inefficient amount of data layers to have in Unreal? Is there like a maximum limit? Is there something I'm missing? Because we could do everything with a ton of data layers. Again, it would require a really efficient pipeline, but it would be doable. V5 maximum data layers. Max landscape layers per component. There are maximum landscape layers. World building guide. I mean, I don't think anybody's ever reached that limit. Dynamic subworld part. Oh man, you know what does our budget allocate? Does our budget allocate for like a senior level designer? Because I feel like we really will need one. If we fuck this up during vertical slice, the rest of our project will be hell. Why do you need so many? That's a good question. I don't know if I do. But I do know that I can accomplish what I need to do with many data layers. Could we use a... What would you accomplish? I mean, they're really useful. They're really useful for asynchronous loading and activating of different level aspects. And I think that the intended usage of, you know, rather than like spawning a blueprint and deleting it, or like some rubble into a cave, I feel like they don't want you to do that. Hey Igor, how long are you working on this project? This is the 184th day of working on this, I think. Yes. But we're in a separate level right now, trying to prototype and figure some things out. Because we want to have seasons, right? But some ingredients should only be visible during certain seasons, and that does present some complications with our logic. Hey Hit, good luck, thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, you didn't see that, no worries. Let me take this off. Give me 1 sec. There are 4 seasons, so why more than 4 data layers? So the reasoning is that, let's say that this mushroom here is available in spring, summer, and winter. When we move from spring to summer, I don't want to have to place 2 overlapping ingredients. I'd rather just have 1 ingredient that is available during multiple seasons. I don't know if there's any way that we can accomplish that correctly, though. It's tough because imagine that some, you know, level designers coming through and they're trying to place or delete ingredients. They would need to do that once in each layer. And then additionally on top of that, the moment that spring becomes summer, it would re-trigger, so it would remove the existing one and replace it with a new one. In which case, all of the information that is stored in that first one is deleted, and we don't really have an optimal way to communicate with the new one that's going to be spawned on top of it. So if you just pick that mushroom the day before and it becomes summer, now that mushroom is going to be regrown, even though it probably shouldn't grow for another couple days. So I'm seeing if there's maybe a way that we can fix that. season just unhides. Well, the hiding and unhiding is problematic because they are still loaded into memory, which is a bit of an issue. So we would have potentially thousands of ingredients, but only, a few hundred of them at any time are loaded into visibility, but they're all loaded into memory, which bloats a lot. And then the weather system, the day-night system, is still going to communicate with the ones that are unloaded. Also a problem. So there are ways we can solve it, but they're all pretty inefficient, and I want to think of a way to do it that is more efficient. But if we need to fall back and we need to just make it work, we can do that too. Use sublevels. Sublevels, that's kind of what we're doing. So the new data layers are essentially the sublevels that are working with world partition. So you can see here, like with spring off, we don't see that. Now with spring on, we do have it. But it's imperfect. Because what happens if we hide spring but show summer, but this is supposed to exist there too? We could not care. But I think it would work, it would look a lot better, and it would work more correctly if I made it so that they were separated. So my thought was I could actually just have a data table that stores information about which data layers should be loaded during which seasons. But it would require a different data layer for each ingredient, which would be kind of annoying. It's different from data layers. It would still work kind of similarly though, where we would have a significant number of whatever we do, either data layers or levels. We still have the same problem. We need to determine where to spawn certain ingredients in different seasons. In a, massive open world, right? Because for instance, this is our prototype map, and it's already quite large, and the full map in the end game is going to look probably at least 10 times larger. And we have tons of ingredients here already. You can see all of like these boxes are just the ingredients we have here. So there's an awful lot of interactables spread out here. No random spawns. Nice game you have, thank you. Missing some trees though, right? Yeah, so we don't want to do random spawns. We want to have hand placed spawns. I'm not a big fan of procedural generation. At least in this type of game. I think PCG is really good for non-interactive elements to a level. But interactables, not a big fan of PCG. It just depends on the genre and what you're trying to achieve though. I like hand placing elements because then players can learn it and can communicate that. So if there's like a secret behind a wall and it contains, some rare ingredients, that's going to be that way for every player. Burns of ingredients, you should make logic to change season look. The issue with that though is that they're still loaded. So we do have, like weather, right? So if we want snow, I can change with some snow, right? And these will cover up ingredients. The problem is that if I just hide them, they're still technically in the level, and therefore they're still loaded into memory. And as the world gets larger and it gets more dense, that problem in performance becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. That's where data layers are so beneficial, because they can load asynchronously and are not immediately loaded upon start of the game, similar to like level instancing. But whether or not we do instance levels or data layers, we still need to resolve the fact that we would like information to carry between seasons in some cases. So that's where we need to either set up data layers for every ingredient individually, which is doable, but that would allow us to determine, should this, okay, we're switching to summer, which ingredient data layers should exist during summer? And if they are already existing, then nothing changes. And if they need to be enabled, then enough time has passed since the season before it that we can reset that data safely. It's just, yeah. It's just a lot of work. And I don't know if that's the best way to do it. I think it's worth a try. And we just make the determination off of that. It's only a prototype, so whatever. As long as it works, that's the most important thing. Why can't certain assets carry over between data layers? So when you unload a data layer, all of the assets within that data layer get unloaded from memory. So they're essentially deleted from the game. And by the time that you reload that data layer, it's technically new instances of that blueprint. So it's two separate items. You could resolve this by assigning, you could do it in a few ways. So you could either assign every specific instance a different unique ID, and then use that to check if the new ID is equal to one that exists in some database, and then load the data from that database. So if we say that this is, Bullet 101, when we unload spring, we can save the current information of Bullet 101. And then when we reload summer, we can run a script that says, okay, Bullet 101 is coming back into the scene. Technically, it's a different mesh, a different actor. But because it shares the same ID, we can reload that information into the ingredient. What time do you want to release the demo? And we'll be in Steam or itch.io? It depends. I will only release the demo after we get vertical slice done, which will take about $700,000 minimum, is what I've calculated. And it will likely be released on Steam. Currently, you can play builds of our game via our Discord. You don't need to be a member. You don't need to pay any money for it. It's just there. But once we do it, we'll be on Steam, and we will have an app ID for it. So you can overlap two data layers. Yes, you can overlap any number of data layers together if you want. So that's where I'm thinking that having data layers for each individual ingredient, while kind of cumbersome, would be a way to solve it, at least for the time being. It's a bit of work to set up, and it's a bit of work to organize, but if done right, it shouldn't have any problem. And then we just store some data table somewhere of which ingredients should load which data layers. Actually, can I grab a data layer display name or asset name? Let me check that. Because then I can just search within the string. Display name. Theoretically, sure. Yeah, I should be able to. And because we already have the data table for ingredients and the seasons in which they grow, then I should just be able to loop through this and determine which data layer should be visible. But the vertical slice was a demo? Do you mean some kind of closed beta test among several people? No, our vertical slice would be the demo, but we need about $700,000 to make the vertical slice. So we're pretty far away from that. We don't want to go to early access or, you know, to a demo too soon. Sometimes you only get one chance to make a good first impression. And if you do that too early, if you market too early, then you're wasting that time. So we want to make sure that we have a proper build that is representative of the final game, has the final assets in there, and if we, you know, receive funding, we can jump into alpha production from that pretty quickly. This is meant to reduce loading times between seasons. It is meant to help that, but it's also going to help performance in between seasons. Because then if spring is not loaded, this asset is not loaded into memory at all. But if I just hide it, it is still loaded into memory, right? If I just go like this and we set visibility to, where's visibility? Like on the mesh or something. Let's just assume that that's working on the entire treasure chest and not the bottom part. We do that, it's still loaded into memory that this treasure chest is here. And with thousands of things to interact with in the level, we don't want to have that. That would be very dangerous. Bad for performance. So the data layers are a lot more performant because they are asynchronously loaded. But we'll do it that way. We'll set up one for each ingredient. It is what it is. Instead of just having 4 data layers, we unload the mushrooms and reload all the same mushrooms. We shouldn't need 4. We would just need 1 for each, in this case, ingredient. We can still do ones for non-interactables, right? And we could still have a spring, summer, autumn, and winter, but we would also need ones for interactables if they differ between seasons. So, for instance, this treasure chest is not going to change between seasons, right? So it's part of the base data layer, along with all of like the rocks and the trees, because those don't change. Then the things that do interact and change based on season. So potentially like fishing spots, or, you know, maybe a lake froze over, and so that fishing spot isn't valid. Or the ingredients that do change. Then we can switch those out. Or potentially even enemies. So if I shove down like a nav mesh here. It's actually one thing I have to test too. I'd be very curious to see if this is different in any way. Make it just slightly smaller so that they stay on the landscape itself. Looks good. And I'll make it taller so it can encompass some verticality. And let's throw down one of our ores or something. Hold on, let me delete him and make spring our current data layer. So theoretically, the boar should... His AI is not working though. Okay, that's good to know. He does get spawned in. He's kind of warped. Interesting. Let me try placing him a little high. Okay, that's good to know. We'll need to fix that. I think what it means, instead of data layers, loading a new level for each season. Would the loading times be way slower than having a data layer? Well, here's the thing. So if you do a new level for each season, imagine if you needed to change the layout of a level, you would have to change it for each season, for each level in the seasons too, right? And biomes are going to have 8 variants. They're going to have a spring version, summer, winter, autumn and winter, spring corrupted, summer corrupted, autumn corrupted, winter corrupted. So that would be 8 total, layers or levels for each biome that we would have, which is, a lot to deal with. So I think data layers is still going to be our best bet. And efficient use of material parameters. Okay, why, oh why, does Mr. Boar not work when spawned in like that? He might be... The nav mesh is still part of the base. He should be spawnable and just immediately work. You can try testing one thing. When in doubt, see if it's an issue with the amount of time being spent. There might also be a callback for when a data layer is properly loaded. There is bind event on data layer instance runtime state changed, but regardless, it won't take more than a second to load this anyway, so if that is the problem, we can resolve it with the binding. Nope, it's something else. So things will never change regardless of season. Will be in a separate data layer that stays on all the time. So things which never change regardless of... Yes, exactly. That's exactly it. So like the treasure chest or the nav mesh, the rocks in the trees, those won't change unless we want them to. For instance, if maybe these lose their leaves, we can always do a switch out on the mesh. I'm curious, if you are working in 2 data layers that are overlapping, what happens if you place one of these? Oh. Does this exist now in both data layers, or how does this work? Data layer. You know what? Let me try that. Let me try that with the mushroom. If this exists in both, hold on. It says spring and base, but I didn't see it. Oh, there it is. Okay, wait, hold on a second. Maybe this is the resolution to our problem. If it exists in both of these, then wouldn't that indicate the correct functionality that we're looking for? Because then if it can exist in both spring and summer, okay, let me make it, hold on, let me make a new child of of base. Because then I can test, because right now, spring is a child of base. I want to see what happens if it exists in two children of a parent. Let's set this to autumn. Is it easy to swap an asset from one data layer to another? Yes. So for instance, I actually made a mistake setting this up. This little tree is part of the autumn or the spring. I want it to be part of the base. So I can just right click and add selected actors to selected data layers and then remove. And now it's no longer part of spring, but it is part of base. It just requires like a good mindset of the workflow. And I've never worked with this before, so this is like my pretty much, you can assume that this is my first day doing any of this, so there's a lot to learn. Okay, let's unload this. That includes the boar and the... Unload this too. I want to see what happens if we have it in autumn and spring. It says it's in spring and autumn. Or no, it doesn't. It says spring and spring. Let me fix that. Autumn. If we hide spring, it's still there. If we hide autumn, it's still there. If we hide spring and autumn, it is gone. Could this actually just resolve the problem that I have? In which case, I don't need to make data layers for each individual ingredient. I would just do it like I initially intended, which was different data layer for each season. Okay, we need to test this though. So this will load spring. It's a little bit hard-coded right now because I was testing some things out. Let me then load autumn. Oh wait, hold on. I need to do this in a specific order. This will unload spring, and this will unload autumn. Ignore the color of the grass. All I care about right now is the mushroom. Okay, so it is loaded. If we unload it, not there. We reload it, obviously it gets reset. Now if I load... I think it's working. I think that if it exists in multiple data layers, and it should exist still in a new data layer being loaded, it's perfect. Okay, that's big. That's huge to know. Why are animals not working though? Yeah, crisis definitely averted. That's good to know though. That was good that we tested that. The animals working though that's the weird thing. UE5 data layer AI not working. You've seen AI move too. Gonna move and begin play. Well, it's not really relevant to us because we're using a behavior tree. Let me see what his behavior tree is actually doing. Can't find it? Hold on. Shut up. ET animal base. Oh yeah, that was the wrong behavior tree. Is it failing the EQS check? I wonder if something needs to exist in the scene for that. No, it shouldn't have to. Oh, let me get our AI programmer in here if possible. Oh. Small bug. Fixed. It'd be cool if seasons gradually changed over time without you even realizing it. We could do it from a material standpoint. To some extent. Because we can just blend the values. The one thing that will be a little bit harder to do is the appearance and disappearance of ingredients. I don't really think... I mean, I guess it could be doable, but it's also kind of a huge pain in the ass to gradually switch those out. So I'm thinking that there will be some, you know, cinematic we run to signal a change of season, and then we do that data layer switch. But we'll see. We'll see what the art director says about it. Okay, let me get our man in here. Hey, you available? Probably need a grid. Only change the ingredients in the grids the player's not standing in until he leaves the grid square. You could do that too. It's all a bit of a technical nightmare, isn't it? We'll see. We shall see. Okay, let's set up the data layers while we're waiting. Hey Casper, yeah, thanks for coming in. I have an issue. So data layers, I think, are going to work. A little bit of a crisis with them, but we've been figuring them out. So I can show you just the quick transition between spring and autumn. Pretty cool. I can spawn in AI. However, they get stuck in a loop. Specifically the EQS check, from what I can see. And I don't know why. We do have nav mesh. We do have a nav mesh. Epilepsy warning. The nav mesh should be. Hold on, let me quickly double check which data layer that's on, just out of safety, because maybe I put it on the wrong one. It is part of the base, so it should always be loaded. Yeah, it definitely doesn't get unloaded. You put nav mesh outside data layer. That's a good question. Yeah, let me see. Found a solution for the state handling of the seasons? Yes, I think so. We're gonna test it out, but I think so. Yeah, no luck on that one. Is there a... I can see the nav mesh, right, by pressing something? Didn't even show it. P? Or num0? It is not showing. It might be because I have... It might be because I have that bound to something else. Let me unbind that from the player's blueprint real quick. It might be eating the input. Where is it? Oh, there it is. Just delete it. Still not, that's weird. Maybe control or... Why is that not working? F1? It is show, yeah, it doesn't show a nav mesh at all. Kinda weird. There is no... There's no nav mesh as I'm looking at the nav mesh. Why is that? Is it not loaded? There's a bug with streaming in nav mesh. So can you make nav mesh not streamable? Okay, let me figure out where I do that. Where do I manage that? Streaming category. So just remove it from the HOOD. Oh, the world partition. Data layers? I'm part of a data layer. Wait, what is this? What is spatially loaded? I don't know, fuck it, let me try it. No. Oh, it'll only be loaded if you're close. UE5 world partition nav mesh. Not working. Setting generation to dynamic. It's not part of data layer. Feature nightmare. Working on data layers? Yeah, right now the nav mesh is not working. I managed to get it working by setting the recast nav mesh variable in isWorld partitioned nav mesh to true. For it to work, you also need to enter the command bnavmesh allow partitioned building from editor. I tried it in 5.3 and 5.4, and if I checked is world partition nav mesh, it wouldn't work. Yeah. I don't even see that option in the nav mesh volume. Is it a separate actor? Nav measures all available. Since it's experimental, it may not be enabled. Oh, it's in the world settings. Okay, interesting. Where are my world settings? Runtime partitions. Should be in grids. Base nav mesh data layers. Okay, let me try adding it to the base. Now that I've done that. Move! Okay, he's not doing it. Runtime settings grids index 0 change the loading range value. I don't see that though. I see that much data layers. Where's this grid? A list of runtime data layers that should be included in the base nav mesh. Editor data layers and actors outside data layers will be included. Pork is static. Configuring the navigation mesh to use world partition. Okay, hold on, let me check. Project settings, navigation mesh. Runtime generation. I can select data layers here too. Force rebuild on load. That could do it too. We could change static to dynamic, which... Oh no, it says keep it at static. And spawn on rebuild. Let me try that. I mean, I can always trigger a rebuild, I suppose, manually. Although that's not optimal for a larger level. It would probably work in this case, though. Runtime grid. Determine in which partition grid this actor will be placed in the partition if the world is partitioned. If none, the decision will be left to the partition. Okay, well that's fine if I leave it up to it as long as it does what it's supposed to do. Should I force a rebuild? That doesn't seem like the right way to do it either. Like, there is a data layer section, I just don't know if I should fill this in. I suppose I'll try it. Nah. He's still being a poo-poo head. No nav mesh. It even shows up here. That's weird. Maybe there's something in here that forces it to rebuild, upload or something. Why are you not working? Oh! He working now. Oh, he running. Oh, Lord. I don't know what I did, but it's working. We can reload him. Okay, what I did was I removed the data layer. It's still assigned to the base data layer. And then I clicked Save Default World Partition Settings. And maybe that fixed it. I will reset it. Maybe this was relevant somehow. No, it was not. Okay, whatever. You know what? It's working. Just don't touch it anymore. Don't look at it. I don't know what changed, but it's working. Good old classic problems. Alright, let's go back to data layers and let's set up our winter and summer. Okay, Winter and Summer. Beautiful. Alright, these should be unloaded by default. The only one that should be loaded by default is springtime. We'll activate that. So I'm curious, if this exists in both spring and autumn, if I delete it only from spring, does it reappear if I enable autumn? Yeah, it's still there. Okay. Good to know. If I do this, it is now just floating worldless, as far as I can tell. What if I just press delete? That removes it entirely. Okay. That is good to know. We are learning a lot about data layers today. I'm happy. Okay, all of these should exist in the base, so they will not disappear if we uncook all of the, these exist in data layers though. There we go. Good, we have spring, autumn, summer, and winter all turned off. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. We're gonna come back and we're gonna set up at least, I'm gonna try to fix the BP for switching the layers here. That's what we'll do first. That way we'll get all the materials out of the way, and then we can just work on fleshing out this tiny little beautiful corner for your bee. Whoa, why is it so hot? Okay, let's get this working. We're very close. We're gonna be able to solve this today. In fact, we might even have this fully working today. Fingers crossed. We're gonna see what happens though. Okay, springtime loaded. Yeah, let's get, realistically, we only want 4 of these here. We want one for spring, summer, autumn, and winter. And the way that it should work is at first... Well, actually, it should first load the new one in, unload the old one. And then... I wonder if I can get all active data layers. I wonder if there's a way to do that. I mean, I can hard code it, it's no big deal, but I've never worked with data layers and blueprints. I'm very curious what kind of options I have. And things that are exposed via the manager. Just look up a layer. I can get data layer instances. I can bind on state changed. Interesting. Hey Sonny, how's it going? It is going very well. We had a little bit of a scare with some things, but we're slowly starting to figure the intention out. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. And they are loaded. We don't need that boolean anymore though. We could just do a switch on data layer, I think. Or I could do an enum. There is a case switch object. The fuck is this? Yeah, don't do that. Don't do that. You know, I might actually have an enum for the season that I could reuse here. I do. That's cool. Bootyful. Okay, so we'll make that instance editable, and then I'll just hard code the data layers that are going to be modified from that. So uncheck that. Do a select. Let's see. Could do a... At first we want to load the new one, so we need to run this. On event begin play, I will just store a local variable of the data layer manager. Make it easier to call. Oh, can I not? Interesting. Okay, never mind. Fuck me, I guess. So load the new one in based on the data here. Everything is working. I don't know what I did. He is now moving. That's all I can say. Yeah, I mean, I wish I could replicate it. I tried deleting a couple things, changing a couple things, and then it worked, but then I changed those things back to what they were before, and it still worked. So... I don't know. Let's do a loop. Season. For each seasons. And if season is not equal, then we're going to unload that season. Which, by the way, we could do recursive loading and unloading too, so if we wanted to have other data layers attached to winter, such as maybe some extra props are added, like a snowman or something, we could assign those to that data layer too, and again, handle that recursively, so. Lots of options available. Once that's completed, come down here and do a select node. And I could just do season to string and then string to name. Whatever. I already started doing this. But only for the, yeah, this is one. So this is the one that it's going to be. And then for all others, could do that here. Hard code this shit out of this. Okay. And then update the virtual textures. Theoretically, that should work. We have blueprint compilation errors. Why? Why did you fail to compile? What is wrong with this? Cast to BP first person character. What? Huh? Did something break? Let me just reload the engine real quick. Something weird is going on. Who knows? I mean, I did have to revert the first person blueprint, but that shouldn't have screwed that up. Yeah, I don't know. Something weird in the temp files. Okay. String. There's no change. Okay. Why didn't that work? Oh, because I didn't update them to the new enum. Try it again. Spring, summer, autumn, winter. Autumn, summer, spring. Looks pretty cool, doesn't it? I like it. Alright, let's work on getting all of our data in. We need to set up a little scene here. We can start by doing a little bit of painting, maybe. I'm thinking that it could just be a little, I don't know, I mean, we could do anything. We could just make it a little, like, walkway with a little pond or something. It doesn't have to be too crazy or too in-depth. It just needs to be believable. Let's go over to the terrain. And I'm gonna paint out the edges, just so we don't have the grass appearing all ugly like on the sides. Okay, and last side. Oop. Do that. Want my workspace to be bigger. Okay, no more ugly grass on the sides. You could argue that that looks ugly itself too, but it's fine, whatever. You paint a little bit of a pathway. Doesn't have to be super fancy. Make sure that we're working in the base right now, because none of the things we place here are going to be modified in different seasons. And I'm gonna place all the meshes by hand. I'm not gonna use the foliage system for this. Do we want to make a little pond with fluid flux? I know I said the F word, and people who know my feelings about fluid flux. Or I could probably just use a plane, to be fair. I'd have to dig into the ground a bit though. Fluid flux is like pregnancy, it hurts, but after a while you forget you want another river. Yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what. If having a baby is anything like the pain I experienced with fluid flux, I get it now, ladies. I understand the pain that you go through. I too worked with fluid flux. Or that'll piss him off. That'll get him angry. How can you even begin to compare working in a game engine with pregnancy? I just did. And maybe, you know what? Maybe you don't know what it's like working with fluid flux. Okay, pregnancy doesn't take 2 weeks. Doesn't take 2 weeks to go through labor. It took me 2 weeks to go through fluid flux. That'll piss him off for sure. Okay, let me modify the floor or something here. I don't really need it to be that large anyway. It will not create duplicate floors because I'm still working in the base. That's my problem. Show me the base layer though. Okay, that's good enough. A little bit of Z fighting. Can fix that pretty easily though. I did not fix it. Oh, oops. I changed the scale. Guys, I'm dumb. Why is that not working? That's so weird. Are those on different Z values? Oh, they're not Z fighting anymore. Okay. Cool. Alright, we can bash down this landscape then a bit. Do a little bit of sculpting. I don't want anything too crazy. I'll have to fix the RTV height as well. It'll be easy to do. Little pond. And maybe a little bit of noise. That'll work. Okay, let's move the seasons down just a tad. Nope, that's the RVT. Need the landscape. Gotta flatten that out just a little bit. Well, that's not flattened. What are we doing? Oh, I'm painting in the wrong terrain. Heard of Prismatica plugin? What is Prismatica? What does that do? There's a lot of cool effects to blow wind around foliage and water and stuff. There are some built-in tools to do wind. I don't know if they're considered better or worse, though. Would be cool to see it blowing across water, though. Probably not compatible with fluid flux. Okay, I'd like to get some natural landscape material. Could boost this up. Back here. Do a quick couple touch-ups with smoothing. I think that looks fine. You walk the grass flattens. Pretty nice. Don't know how expensive it would be, though. It shouldn't be too terrible. But sometimes that stuff can look bad. I'll check it out. Prismatiscape. Prismatiscape. Performant? Ooh, cool. Got good reviews. Yeah, it's using Niagara 2D. Definitely pretty performant if you have a good GPU then. Yeah, using Niagara 2D is very smart and can work really well for these sorts of things. Be very curious to see how well it performs with some other plugins, though. It might be one of those things that you either have to use what it comes with, or connecting it up with your own things might be a bit of a challenge. Looks nice, though. Looks very nice. Let's see, make current, and let's get a plane in here. I think that's likely what that water is going to use. I just want some like pond water, nothing too fancy. Maybe they have a blueprint for it already. No, they likely just do this. That'll work fine. I don't know if that responds to weather in any way, though. Nah. That's fine, though. Why are you making this level separately from the main game? Because I would have to redo the entire map in our main game. Like, from scratch. And that's not necessarily off the table, but it is off the table until after April, for sure. Yeah, it would be a waste of time at this point. And all we need to do is show publishers, like, hey, we made this world. This is how it's going to work with the final level, though. As long as they know that we can do it, they're not going to judge me too harshly for not having done it in the main world. I can just tell them, yeah, we hadn't prototyped that yet, so now that we did, when we make our vertical slice level, this will be how we handle it. Alright, let's get some static meshes in here. There are some bigger rocks. They look kind of cool, kind of nice. Actually, what changes on these when you switch to, like, winter, for instance? Maybe just the top layer. So I might still include... Oh my god, that was loud, sorry. I'm so sorry about that. That was really loud. Yeah, I might still hook up the master materials with Ultra Dynamic Sky. Maybe not the grass. And maybe not... Well, we'll see. I'll take it bit by bit. What is different in this scene, which enables season changes that isn't in the main map? The entire landscape material and all of the meshes used. Like, these meshes have specific setup for different colors and different seasons. Mainly for, like, the grass top layer and stuff. Alright. So, yeah, it's just out of the realm of possibility at the moment. Oh, that's a big chungus. I'll put him there. big though. I do like it. They have a lot of rocks. And I do like my rocks. The ramp. Kinda cool. They're just like really tall. Okay, I think that's enough rocks. We don't have to take this scene too seriously. It's primarily just meant to exist to showcase the change in scenery, but you know, the prettier we make it feel, I think the more it helps sell the desire to have it and how it can impact the feeling of the game. It's also very visual, so it's very easy to market the changing of seasons. Other aspects of the game are a bit tougher, you know, like balance, and who wants to see dialogue in a trailer, right? And our game is very dialogue heavy. So the more things that we can give a marketing team to work with, the better. Some of these, like the ferns and stuff, might not be part of the base. I gotta think about this. There are versions of the trees that are dead. And we want to use those for like winter. I could either make that a separate... I could either make that a separate blueprint that switches. Why might I not want to do that with data layer? Is there a way that you can switch like a mesh with different data layers? Is there a way to do that? There's data layer assignments. You know, this is one of those cases where I just make like a BPI and I make these into blueprints and it just changes the static mesh. Because I assume that these have the same roots, right? Between like dead birch 4 and where's dead birch 4? Assumedly, these are the same. Yeah, it's the same skeleton underneath, from what I can see. A little hard to see though. But also it's close enough that if you place this over the top of it, you know, good enough. So I could do that, and then just depending on which seasons that tree is viable in, we just switch the static mesh. The other alternative is just to place them in the same location and do the loading and unloading there. Honestly, I don't think there's a right or wrong for this world. Sviatik, thank you for the follow. Greetings from Russia. Hey, thank you. Privyet. Have a nice stream and nice development. Thank you so much, man. Hope you're having a nice Thursday. We could place them in the same location. So that base would only... Well, no, then the trees wouldn't be part of base. They would be part of autumn, spring, and summer. And winter would just be the dead trees. We might also want to do the same thing then for the bushes, even though the bushes do have winter variants. I don't know if we necessarily want them in winter. Yeah, I kind of like them. I like them. Okay, so we'll keep the bushes throughout all seasons, but the trees will change. So I won't place trees yet. Let's get some more bushes up, though. What are these little things? Shrubs. Agave. That would be good during, like, summer. So they won't be year-round. These two, elephant's ear. Elysium. Okay, we'll do the bushes. Bush here. Bush next to it. That'll work. Alright, let's unselect base and let's select autumn, spring, and winter, or summer. And then we'll load these three. And we'll place trees. No. It is... Oh, because they're invisible. Go. The one nice thing about if we were using the foliage system would be the better placement of these. But it's fine. Not gonna cry about it. I might cry about it, actually. These big pine trees too look really nice. Quite pretty. Holy shit, that's huge. I don't want the scene to be too busy, right? Because you're kind of meant to notice the changes between seasons, so... I won't go too crazy with tree placement. Additionally, do we have dead versions of the pine tree? We do. We don't. We have oak dead, dead birch, There's like a collision mesh for the pine tree. I guess theoretically we could give it a shitty material for the I mean, it looks kind of bad. Well, the pine trees aren't going to lose their needles in the... I don't think pine trees ever lose their needles unless they fully die, so those are less important than the oak and birch. Hey, Kisla, Cisla, Chisla, Chiswa. I don't know. Tell me how to pronounce your name. I'm in Poland, so there's like a million ways I could say it. How you doing? Chisla. Okay. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. A little log too. Kind of a baby log. Ew. Yeah, that looks bad. We'll do props. I want to do a little bit of a fence along here. And then we need to implement, we can put some ingredients in here. And what else? Animal? 1 or 2 animals? Maybe some other things, some other props. We'll see what we have. Okay, winter is going to be the interesting one. I want to make summer visible, but not editable. So let's unload. Show summer. Show winter. Make winter our current. This is a birch tree. Birch 8. We have dead birch 8. And theoretically, this should be the same mesh. So if we just grab its position, it did not grab its full transform. Now it did. Okay. Birch 7. Those won't change. This one will. This is birch 6. Okay, I do maybe want one a bit closer to one of the oak trees or something. Which one is this? Not that one. These are all really small. Ooh, I have the collision for oak. Or likely the proper one. Yeah, this one. You know, I guess I could just try switching the material. Not perfect, but it'll work. Okay. So that way, if we hide summer... Oh, I put this on winter, hold on. Yeah, and you know what? These pine trees should be on all. We have base, and then we have autumn, spring, summer, and then winter. The dead trees. I mean, realistically, it would be even better if the grass wasn't there during winter, but it's a bit of a nitpick. It's stylized winter. A fantasy world. Well, the chaos spots are getting, they're naming themselves differently now. Love to see it. You guys probably can't see them, but, that gets posted every time one of these people joins. They just spam it until I can ban them fast enough. Very annoying. And they change enough letters that it's really hard to, it's really hard to blacklist certain phrases. CB Temp, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that, sir. Yeah, this should also be in spring and autumn. Takes me a bit of getting used to. Okay. Let's go ahead and add some of the fences into here. I should have some. We have a lot of static meshes. We have like this one. I think this one looks okay. We also have somewhere in here. We have like some broken down fences too. I think these are the better ones because they are closer to the size of the player, and this one is really big. Let me double check that. Yeah, these ones are better for that. This is like a goddamn gate. Alright, which side should be facing now? Okay, I could copy this one and then just modify the static meshes after doing it, so. We will start first by placing these. Some by the pond. We'll modify how they look in a second. Some by this tree. And from the other side of the road too. maybe some back here as well. Okay, let's modify the rotation. Many. It's a bit nicer. Okay. Just get it placed first. I really shouldn't nitpick about this too much. Just a little demo scene. It's just really hard for me not to nitpick. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. I don't really have that many fence variants. This is completely different too. Yeah, whatever. Good enough. Okay, let's see. What else will be there during all seasons? For sure there were some logs in here that I had. Which one looks better though? They're both kind of decent. In fact, they might be the same, just rotated. No, they're both decent enough. I guess I could use either. It looks fine, but let me repaint some of the dirt around here. More believable. Variation in the road. It'd be a nice little dirt path out towards the little pond too. Okay. Yeah, that looks fine. Back to props. What else are we missing here for props that will not change? We need some of our interactables. So like a treasure chest would be cool. Some of our other things. Collectible sacks. Let's go see what options we have. Could do some of the breakable crates and barrels. Although I'm not too sure how much they fit in this specific scene. That's physics enabled, right? This one doesn't. Oh, it's this one. Got a thong, nice. Different kind of thong though, not the underwear. Yeah, that'll work. This is primarily just a demo scene, so I'm not going to be too worried about any of this stuff. Yeah, the player can collect it, I suppose. Buoyancy filter of essence regeneration. That one will work pretty well, I think. This rock is a bit not flat though. Move it here. That'll work. They have physics too. If you look at the liquid inside of it. Well, it should, but I can't pick it up. Now you can see it. That's kind of fun. Okay, we'll do those, and we'll put a chest or something. Maybe in the back. Should be visible, though, I think, from the standpoint here. Yeah, that looks fine. I'll get rid of the grass there. Not just paint it brown. It's a bit too much. Hey Vlad, until a certain JB has a massive D. It's not me. I keep mine on stealth mode. Yo. It's fun size. Less assuming to take my enemies by surprise. That'll work. Okay, what else can we place here that will not change throughout the... I have some tree trunks. Tree trunks could work. Place one or two of those down. Just gotta find them. I think they're in here. Trunk. Tree. Tree stump. Pretty big though. Suffers as trunk an American versus Britain thing? No, I mean, because this is the trunk of a tree, right? And this is the stump of a tree. I think I just misspoke initially. Hood and bonnet? Yeah, that one is definitely different. Ain't no denying that one. Fanny and Fanny. Is there a difference between those? I don't know, you tell me. Ooh, I could put down a couple of lights. Those might look nice. I forgot I have those. Alchemy blueprints. Oh no, I don't know where they are. They might be in here. No. Blueprint. Street lamp off day. On night. Here they are. How much light will one of those push out, though? Not too much. We could make more. For anyone wondering, we're making like a bit of a beautiful corner here, or at least we're using that mindset. Since it would take way too long to overhaul our current map with world partition and with this seasonal setup, it's much easier to make a tiny, small little square and showcase the changes to the game in just that part of the world. Okay, spring, summer, autumn, kind of. Why did that not get properly reset? There it is. And winter. Weird, the validation isn't working as immediately. Maybe there's something with this streaming pool. Let's check it. There is a fixed pool. It was working just fine when there was only That's really weird. It was working. Now it's like it's not working anymore. Maybe the RVTs need to be reconfigured for size? Possible? Also possible that that's not big enough. I don't know, out of safety. The RVT seasons shouldn't matter, but I can also just boost that up. Because why not? Maybe if I run the invalidation twice. I wonder if the radius is too large. Frustrating. Fuck it. You know what? Do it 3 times. The triple. Why don't I just use a for loop? I don't know. Huh. I mean, it was working. Kind of weird. Marks an area. What if I just try boosting this up again? Not really. Character's moving a little too fast. For the runtime? For the virtual textures? Or just in general? What are some of the options I have? I can just invalidate it. I mean, I can throw a couple of delays in here, I suppose. I'll try until next frame. We'll do 3 ticks of the validation. Not really doing it. Let's try a standard delay. Start with 0.2. That helps a lot. Working on seasonal transition, yeah. Okay, yeah, the 0.2 helps a lot. It doesn't need to look super perfect, it's just as long as it isn't too messed up, and publishers can look at it and say, okay, I know what you were trying to do. It is still messing up a little bit. A lot less buggy than before, though. If there's any possibility that the parameter changes are too quick in succession. More delays. The summer and spring one, for some reason, are kind of rude to each other. Bit annoying. Yeah, for some reason the summer one still leaves a little bit of grass there. Well, at least the transition between summer and spring is not so noticeable in terms of color that a little bit of messing up is... It is what it is. For the most part, it is very okay. Alright, let's work on the gameplay elements then, now that we have those out of the way. This will require me to do a little bit more checking up on what things can actually grow in what season. I think it's turning to summer and then winter when you were in autumn. Yeah, it does that because I set the values to 0 first. I could switch that around. I didn't want to have to run this for each again, but it's only for each through 4 enums, so it's not like it's a big deal. Let me try it. Let me see if that helps at all and makes it look better. So we'll set the new one first. And then set all the others to 0. Oh, it didn't. Awkward. Oh, I see why. Oopsies. What did I do wrong here? What did I just accidentally delete? Oh, I made a couple of issues. Actually, I forgot to hook in the data layer here. That's one thing. That's one problem. The other issue... Season not equal. Could work. Yeah, there's our trees are working better now. Yeah. I think even if there's a little bit of, artifacting or things changing, the player doesn't see this during runtime anyway, so the most important thing is just that the transition occurs. Good enough. Good enough. Good enough for publishers. I think blueprints are easier than coding. I do. I think they're in many cases quicker than coding, but they are also messier, and usually you have worse code architecture when you're working with blueprints. It's just like it's a different art form. I think that good coders can make bad blueprints and bad blueprinters can make... Wait, good coders can make bad blueprints and good blueprinters can make bad code. Looks kind of messy. Well, I did also do this in a very messy way. because this is hard coded. Essentially, once this is pretty much it. I don't have to touch this again, and I don't want to touch this again. More realistically, you would start to, you know, actually organize your and comment out things. Spend time actually making sure that lines are all straight and look good and lead into each other properly, so. This is pretty much just it just needs to work in this level, and that's it. I'm not going to spend too much time worrying about it. These are faster, but it's like also more limited than coding, or it's not limited. It is more limited than coding, yeah. You can do a lot more in C++ than blueprints, but you can also make C++ code and then expose that to blueprints or make blueprint nodes from it. So usually if you're working on like a full production for a game, you probably have 90% of things in code, 10% of things in blueprints. You don't want to do all one or the other, because then you could, but it is usually less efficient. So you want your like design team, your level designers, your artists, your board designers to actually be working in blueprints and prototyping things. And then for your coding team to grab the most important things, convert them over to C++ and add them into your main architecture. It's 70-30. The number I'm giving out is irrelevant. I mean, really, it just depends on the game. But yeah, 70-30 is fair too. Ignore the number and mostly just, yeah, it just depends on game, team, whatever. Still, blueprints have most of the things. Blueprints will have most of the core things you need to do, is, yeah. Like our main map over here. Where is it? Here it is. Our main map here is done 95%. Minimum 95% blueprints. And you know, we have our full working game here, so. All of our good shit. Potions, everything, collecting ingredients, all the UI. Okay. Potion throwing, although that's not the right effect, so it won't work. Farming system, our fishing system. So it is fast. Dialogue, actually our dialogue system is mostly C++ in a lot of cases, so. Our alchemy system is all blueprints. Yeah, I mean, you can make a full game with blueprints, 100%. We're gonna work more on UI later and also fonts? No. Not in our prototype. So when we move from prototype to our vertical slice, we actually just make an entirely new project and start from scratch. And then we use this project and the GDD as a base to build with the proper code architecture and pipelines. So, you know, a prototype's all about how fast can we get something done, how efficient can we be, and can we learn enough about how to implement this thing that when it comes time to do it properly, that we know the best path forward. I like how the counter is accessible by short customers, yeah. Really from scratch? Yes. Yep. Because most of the things that we've done in here were done for speed and efficiency and getting it into the game as fast as possible. So it's really dirtily blueprinted, and it would require a lot of refactoring to build up properly, and the game wouldn't be very scalable or expandable. So by doing it properly with a good team of coders, not me, then we can build up a much more solid foundation that allows us to expand very quickly, rapidly, and safely with minimal bugs. Because all I want is, you know, that premium game, high quality, high stability. That's our goal at the end. So it is a bit of a, you know, pre-production is a bit of a, it's a bit of a challenge, but if we do it properly, then alpha and beta development is a breeze. I'd rather have really boring alpha and beta development than super stressful because we didn't take our time in pre-production. Which is what a lot of game developers have problems with nowadays. They get through pre-production as fast as possible, and then they have to refactor, and they have a lot of bugs and issues. Already have all the plan of what you're gonna do? Yeah. I've been in game dev for over 10 years now. So we have a plan. We have a whole plan. We have a whole budget set up, and we need to reconfigure that a bit, and then we can pitch it to publishers, get the money we need, build the team, and start producing the game. We're a long ways away from that, though. Alright, can I filter by custom asset types? There is a filter string, probably regex. Let me see. Let me see if I can filter out by specifically the collectible ingredient class. Did you publish games on Steam before? Yeah, I've worked on 3 games that are released on Steam and other platforms. I think they're all multi-platform, actually. Yeah, they all are. I didn't think about that. Although I would say that only one of them was super relevant to my experience with multi-platform. The others mainly had other people in charge of doing the multi-platform stuff. Publishers typically prefer if the project is led by a designer or programmer. I don't think it matters. I think what's more important is who's leading the business. I mean, they want to feel confident in the team, but if they don't feel confident that you can manage the business, then that's probably the more important aspect. What was I checking? Oh yeah, UE5 custom filter. How can I make my own? Static type equals static mesh. What about blueprint type? What's the names of those games? Yeah, the first one would be Darkest Dungeon. Second was Train Life. Bit of a mess of production, that one. And the third one was Forever Skies. How do they prove they can lead a business? A good business plan and experience leading a business would be proof. Prior successes. Hey, Clairmonk. Odd question, but ever try a cocktail called a Jimla? Yes, I have. Very tasty. My favorite cocktail, though, would have to be an old-fashioned, with a whiskey sour close second. Oh, here we go. Here we go. Blend mode, but that would just filter through like blend mode. Oh, here we go. I could make a collection. That's doable. Let me try typing some stuff in. See if it works. Custom filter. Collectible ingredient. Filter string. Let me try just typing in backdoor. Okay. Clearly didn't do it. If I type in blueprint. Okay, so it might be like a, I might just search for a string within it. So if I type in collectible ingredient. Nice. Very good. Let's see, we're in a forest, so let's grab some of the ingredients that we will find in a forest. And determine which seasons those are relevant in. Some toadstools. Those are available in spring, summer, and autumn. Toadstool. That looks fine. Okay, what else do we have? Mint, shiitake, snail, kincher, carrot, stalk. Some of these don't have meshes, so we can't do those. Lady fern. And we call those maiden's fingers, right? Yeah. Those are available in spring, summer, autumn as well. I knew viewer here. Yeah, I don't believe that one. Pretty sure I could pull up your logs and see how many messages you typed in chat. Yeah, that looks fine. Why does it look like curved? That's just my imagination. I don't need too many ingredients here. I just want there to be enough of a spattering between the seasons for it to be visible. What are you working on? I'm working on a small little section to showcase seasonal changes in the game for publishers. That's the plan. I don't like how green that is with the grass. But I don't think it's that necessary to worry about. It's not working in the main world? No, it does not. This is a completely different set of materials and landscape materials. So I'd have to like completely overhaul the entire main world. And also we're using data layers, which also won't function in our main world either. But if this works on a technical level, we can, once we work on the vertical slice and make the proper level, we can use the system there too. This is more like a proof of concept plus me being able to finish off the, hold on, let me pull up the, we will be able to finish off corruption and seasons. Technically, I'm doing this today, so. Which, by the way, you guys can track our progress. This is not fully set up yet. I had, like, barely any time to actually put in the proper, you know, issues and tasks that we have here. But you will be able to track us publicly using this, the link in chat. So we don't have too much in here yet. But you can track how well we're doing and how close we are to finishing certain aspects of the game without having to come in and ask me every stream. I don't mind answering. Don't get me wrong, I don't mind answering. But it will help. When I don't have Rowan. Rowan's only available in spring. Wheat is only summer. We do have wheat. That could be nice. So place some wheat down. Okay, that looks fine. What else we got? Woody Nightshade. I want to try to get some things that aren't going to grow anywhere else but winter if possible. Although it's very hard to determine what grows only in winter. Okay, we have no winter only, but we do have things that do also grow in winter. Like the Nightshade. Somehow. Actually, don't know why it says that. Kind of weird. An animal part. Animal parts. Yeah, I don't have much, do I? No, we'll put the Woody Nightshade in there at least, since we have it. I will enable the others just so we can see where everything is placed, though. We can have overlaps. To be fair, we can have overlaps. Although, because this grows in every season, we want to make sure we place it in every season. Don't like that that's floating. Better. This is just a proof of concept map, so again, it doesn't have to look super perfect. Okay, summer and autumn. I've read desert flowers, but that's for the desert. Most of those are for desert here. Sunstreak, though, is summer and autumn. Okay, that'll work. Some of these things are year-round, like a lot of the crystals. You could place a couple crystals down, but they would just be universal. These are fish, so they're caught. They're not picked up. Flowering bushes, spring and summer only. Let's do that. Let's put like 1 or 2 of those down. However, in autumn and winter, I need to then have those be a separate mesh, so not the collectible variant. So there's a base mesh to this. And I forget what it is. Flowering bush, ingredient mesh. It's this mesh. This one. Wait. This one. Is this the right one? Okay, so this has to be placed in autumn and winter. So unload these. Pull these in. And then we will copy the transform. It will not let me. Why? Try just the location. That works. How much time do you think you're going to spend on this game, like the whole thing until the release? Well, we've spent 184 days building a prototype so far, and we're not done with it. I'd like to be done by the end of this year, ideally sooner, so that we can pitch the game. Once we get funding, though, it will likely be about a 3-year development cycle. There's a lot of stuff in the game. You know, it's a sandbox RPG, so we have to write a lot of NPCs, a lot of dialogue, and because we have each of the seasons in different weather, that will all be quite important to the gameplay as well. So like, of course, in this map, we have only certain ingredients being available in certain seasons. Most things are not available in winter. And that can change the way that the player plays, and of course, all the work needed to actually develop that level and test it. You. A lot of work. It's so weird, I don't know why that happens. Oh, what is this? Oh, it's just the bush issue. I can fix that. Feel like a huge game. Hope it'll be worth it. It'll be big, but it's gonna be more deep than it is expansive, right? So I'm not promising some 10 times the size of Skyrim, right? It's gonna be more. We'd rather have a very dense open world, one that is not too lengthy to traverse, not too difficult to remember the landmarks of, but that because of the seasons and the weather changing so much of it, and our corruption mechanic that we'll have, I feel like that will have a bigger impact on the way that players play and approach each, changing season like that. So, like, how like Stardew is not too big of a game world to traverse, but because things change so much based on certain conditions or NPCs that you've helped or things that you've unlocked, you do have a lot of gameplay in a smaller area. I need to set this to be static. I think that'll fix the issue. I wonder too if the data layer switcher is not... for some reason setting the proper value in the collection. I mean, it looks fine. There's more delays in here. I'm just doing anything I can think to fix that weird grass issue between primarily summer and spring. Very weird. Autumn and winter change fine. Okay, maybe they don't. Whole thing's a little bit buggy. I can have some colleagues look into that one. It doesn't matter, really. As long as it mostly succeeds. Although it is a little concerning. Who knows? You know what? Who knows? It is what it is. It would also be like an issue with the box sphere bounds. I don't know. Make it a big box. No, it is what it is. I have some artists I can contact about that. Not as important as let's get some creatures in here now. Since we can. For sure we won't want these to be available in winter. Maybe just the raccoon. So I'll start with autumn, spring, and summer. Well, technically, if it was spring, if we want to consider the butterflies as going through proper stages of life, then realistically the butterfly should probably only be available in, I guess you could say spring and summer. Maybe just spring, but we'll do spring and summer. Throw a couple of butterflies in. And let's do summer and autumn for the boar. We'll do all levels except for the base. Or the Racco. Spring and summer for the little slime, the pudding. Yeah, we'll see how that looks. So some springtime creatures. Wintertime. Only the raccoons should still be running around. Is an environment manager class an NPC for these things? Or what's your approach for the seasons? Hey Errol, I am using data layers to manage this. I mean, it's very likely that we will have something a lot deeper and more robust for the full game. But for just the visual aspects of it, well, for things that don't affect the gameplay too heavily, I'm just using data layers. Although I will say that runtime virtual textures are not playing the most happily with these at all times. And I don't know how to fix that perfectly. Like sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Not like set to be automatically loaded, right? Let me just double check that. Spring is activated. All the others are unloaded. This is only for the editor. Yeah. Kind of weird. Okay, I think we have animals, all good, ingredients, all good, some other things that are supposed to be there for gameplay purposes, like the chests and the backpack are fine. I want to set up the weather. Now this is pretty easy to do. Well, it'll be a little bit annoying. Let me see how I want this to work. These will be the season changers. Do spring. Set the text material to the emissive version. Enter it. Pull it up a bit. And we'll make this a lot bigger. 50. 85. 100. 100's good. Ooh. That's the mute for the sneeze just in time. Okay. Spring. Summer. Autumn. And winter. I could put these up on little, I don't know, colored pedestals so it's easier to see. I don't know if I have anything. I just use cubes. Realistically. I don't really need to be fancy. That works. Good enough. Okay, let's make little boxes for time of day and weather as well. But I'm just gonna worry about, you know, clear skies, rain, and snow, really. The rest of it should be okay, I think. Because of course, we can handle weather based on season actually separately using ultra dynamic sky and weather. So I don't need to hook those up to data layers or anything or whatever. Those will be done in a different way. And time of day is, you know, of course, irrelevant to... Well, it's not necessarily relevant to seasons if we wanted to do different time, you know, day length. Like shorter in winter, longer in summer. For the future to worry about, though. And I think that, honestly... Do players really want to have really short days in winter? I don't know. That's a separate game design topic. Could move these a bit closer together. Don't overthink it. I mean, I'm not going to think about it for now. There's no relevance to the current conversation for day length. I could see use cases for both. Some players will think, oh, it's cool that it's so, you know, immersive that that winter's shorter than summer. That's so cool. Not a lot of games do that. And then other players will be like, okay, this is really confusing. Now I don't know how much time I can spend out in the open world in winter versus summer. And, you know, there's plenty of things that I want to do in winter, but now that it's a lot shorter, I don't know. I don't think it has a right or wrong. Does Ultra Dynamic Sky have built-in blueprints for setting weather? If not, it's very easy to make. Let's just see. Oh, by the way, I was checking one of these things out. Let me see if I can find it. This weather override volume. Oh, it's not this one. It's not this one. It's Oh no, where was it? Shit. I was just playing with it yesterday. It looked really awesome. Son of a bitch. It's not the weather override. You know what? Maybe it's only available in newer versions and we're still using an old version. It's so cool, but there's a new blueprint then in newer versions of UDS that allow you to place weather in the distance, and you can see it and it builds it into the atmosphere properly. So you can set like a giant storm in the distance that slowly moves towards the level and goes over it. It looks really good. It's so cool. You're going for hyperrealism in graphics and gameplay? Yeah, it would fit in. Yeah, I think like, do I want to do it? I don't know. Do I have to do it? I don't think so. It would be cool. New folder. Weather force volume. VP weather force volume. It is kind of one of our pillars though too. Let me read it. Cauldron Chronicles. Blah. Pillars. You know, we do say that mechanically authentic. So we want to mimic many of the rules of our own world, like seasons, weather, ingredient locations. But then we diverge where we want to be unique. So, you know, of course we could make a 5th season or something, but I just don't see a point in doing that unless we can make something really cool and unique. And it's one of those things too that if we wanted to add like a 5th season or more weather types, I'd rather just save it for a sequel where we don't have to spend so much time on base game mechanics and pipelines, and then we can just build on top of what we already know. If that makes sense. Okay, other actor equal player character. If true. Get actor of class. Ultra dynamic weather is valid. I don't remember the function. Just like set weather. It's not these, it has to be one of the functions. Change weather. Time to transition. Try 5 seconds. You know, it's meant to be quick, not meant to be realistic. Then we will do variable weather to force. And make that instance editable. Okay, this will be clear skies, and then we'll do over here thunderstorm, or we can just do rain. And we'll do some snow here. That is very loud though. Then we can switch to snow. Okay. In ambient, we do have it. We do have it. For some reason it's a lot louder in this map than the base map. I don't know why. I gotta check that out. I feel like we don't have that rain sound in the main map either, so that might be it. I gotta look into it. I don't like that blending. Really don't like that blending. It looks kind of gross. Well, right now, that snow will apply to objects that I've already set up the master material with. So things like the sack, the backpack should receive snow. Our ingredients too should also receive snow. We just need to set up all the new materials and meshes that we brought in here to receive snow too. Just like you see here growing on the top of the trunk. That is a pretty easy process. Shouldn't be too much work. Just gotta actually do it. I might have it not grow on the grass, but 100% on the landscape material and the trees, the bushes, the rocks. Definitely, definitely. Well, let's force the weather to snow for the moment. Let's start with the landscape. Content, probably stylized. I do want to add these meshes to, enable nanite too. Maybe I should do that before I forget. But only the rocks. Tree trunks. I'll probably exclude the trees themselves. And we'll let those build their materials. I don't know how good are these meshes? They have pretty decent LODs. They're not too terrible. Between 5,000 and 8,000 triangles. But we only use them in this scene anyway, so even if they're a little bit meh, doesn't matter. Landscape terrain, I can enable nanite on this too if we really want. Sure, go for it. Rebuild it. Landscape material, master M terrain. Okay, move this up and over. could build the material attributes first, or just make material attributes. Base color, metallic, specular, roughness, normal. Static bool. Hello, material? Wanna work? I can try rebuilding the landscape. Yeah, ignore, don't care. They're not working. I'm a little worried that something with the runtime virtual texture on that is going to cause an issue with this. You know, it's possible this might be the wrong node for it. Let me check what I did in the other landscape material. I don't know which one we used. Was it Terrain Master? No. Dynamic landscape weather effects. That is my bad. Let's see if that fixes it. The other one we use for like meshes and stuff and other materials. Okay, it's still not showing. No, do we not want to work? Want to be a bitch instead? I see. Oh, do we still need to plug it into the RVT? I guess so. Okay. Hold the phone. Yeah. Okay. Roughness. I'm a little curious about the base color though. Where does layer color get built? Here. Landscape layer. Then there's a virtual texture blend that gets made somewhere else. Here. So which one do I actually want to run into the... Okay, well, that shows nothing. Let's try this. Blink. What happens here? What does this do? Nothing. Ain't shit. Okay. Just broken it. I wonder if there's something that needs to be enabled. Damn it. Possible it's not usable with virtual textures, although that would be really weird. It should, it should be workable with that. Just, I'm not connecting something up properly here. Okay, can I get this back to what it was before? I want to see exactly where it's starting to break. Not there. Okay, let's just skip this node entirely. Back to normal, okay. Does this do anything? That immediately breaks it. Okay, so the base color is breaking it. Something about this virtual texture blend. I wonder if we need to have it running first through this and then keep the virtual texture blend connected up. Try this. Nothing. Nothing. That's for runtime, though. It appears fine here, too. It appears normal. It doesn't appear normal in game. I don't know where it's messing up. Virtual height field mesh. Maybe there is something for, yeah, like mask RVT sample. I mean, maybe one of these things. Let's see. UE5, UDS, RTV. There might be something in the documentation. Let's check it out. I'll just type in virtual. Nothing. Okay, let's see here first. Go home. Weather. Material effects. Dynamic landscape. Is a material function which can add dynamic snow and dust coverage. Yep. Virtual shadow maps. Project uses virtual shadow maps. Be sure to address how the landscape material will affect shadow map caching. Recommend setting the landscape's shadow cache invalidation behavior to rigid. Keep the world position offset and pixel depth offset used for the snow depth from constantly invalidating shadows. Well, it should appear in the first place. It's not. Oh, I totally forgot we actually have movement through the snow. And I have not set that up yet in the main map. Oopsies. We can do that. I feel like for runtime we would actually need 2 of these. Roughness, normal, normal. I don't know if world height is the same as world position. Offset. I don't think it is. But I could be wrong. Maybe mask RVT sample for, I guess this is virtual height field map? VHFM? It's outputting a vector though. Oh no, it's not. It's masking only the be. I don't know. We should at least be able to see it, and we're not. Nothing. Well, we know it's something to do with the base color. And it does not like the virtual texture blend. But the base color is needed so that we can actually, you know, paint the snow on top of it, right? Is there a way to just blend the... And can I do a, oh, what is it? What's the node called? Just an overlay? Blend overlay? Or a multiplier or something? I don't know. That didn't work. It does not like that material function. Not one bit. The moment it's hooked up, it just will not. It won't work. I wish I could see where it's messing up. I guess I can modify it and just see. This will break it. Broken. Snow dust color and alpha. What if we just skip that? What happens? Nothing. Okay. What if I just skip the entire thing and we just basically input, output the base color? It works, okay. I mean, I figured that would be the case. Let's do this then. Let's go to skipping this part. It works. It doesn't work. What are you trying to do? I'm trying to get the landscape material to have snow coverage, and it's breaking somewhere in this material function. We just do the saturate. It's fine. We just do this part. Not fine. If we skip that, it's not fine. Oh. Yeah, I have no clue. I mean, does the runtime virtual texture just maybe need be remade? No, that's not it. If we skip everything in the base color, sure it works. It's not really the most optimal thing here though. Kind of annoying. I want to not have all that fluff. I won't even run that at all. Into your mind of everything that isn't Unreal Engine and breathing. So die? I could do that. Just the saturate though is okay. Apply wetness and puddles false. We can force this to false. Realistically, should just skip all this then. None of this should be relevant. But it won't even do that. What if it's the fact that there's that limit of 2 material parameter collections? And this is adding in another material parameter collection. And that's literally the only problem. Does this make more material parameter collection calls? It's likely gonna have to because it has so many functions built in. I just wish it told me. Oh my god, this is... I have no idea. I have no idea what's doing this. I mean, that's the only thing I've hooked up and it just won't work. Yeah, that's exactly it. That is exactly the feeling. What could it be? Thinking better. The only thing I can think is that it is nesting those material parameter collections and it isn't warning us. That there should be a warning that if I tried to add a material parameter here. Where's, how do I do a material parameter? What was it? How did I do that? Collection parameter. If I reference a third one that is of no relevance, doesn't it warn about that? Probably it has to be hooked up, right? Okay, well... It's not warning me for this. I think it would. I could try to ask on the Ultra Dynamic Sky Discord later. Yeah, I remember giving it a warning too. I could switch out the landscape material, but we wouldn't get the grass then. Well, we could. Could I just use the grass landscape data layer from the Dreamscapes? You know, the one that we use in the main? Or, use this one. Use the one we see now. This data layer information with the other landscape. And it would switch out the grass? Or am I completely bonkers on that? I have no idea. Let's try it. Let us give it a shot. I do not remember which terrain is our master. I gotta find it. Landscape. Something with... I thought it was something with master, but I also thought that maybe it wasn't something with master. One of these two. Not that one. Potentially this one. Look, we've done stuff here. We have this runtime virtual texture output. I don't know anymore. Who knows? Like, we have that. What if I throw this in there and we paint over it? Not really doing shit, is it? Yeah, it's not painting the different grass. Bit of a shame. Okay, well, I guess lesson learned on that one. Also cannot delete it. Well, I can do all the props. I can do the trees, I can do the foliage. Oh, I assume. We had this running from normal and base to both the runtime virtual texture and the main material, which we did do here, but it wasn't working. At the very least, for the base color, that should be working, but it ain't. This one looks different too. Dynamic landscape weather. I think it shows all the types. It doesn't show that in here. Kind of weird. It's almost like there's no way for this to ever work in this kind of material. Surface masked. Use material attribute. Okay, well, this updated the node. But this is still broken. I changed it from opaque to masked. I don't really know if I should have done that. I don't know, nothing changed. Okay. Yeah, I don't think that's what we want. I ain't got no clue. If the base color itself is not working, then there's clearly something further wrong with it than I would know how to fix. And it just clearly is. I can try to just unhook everything except for that base color. Weird too, because it shows as working in the material editor. And it just breaks. So I'm thinking it's something to do with how the material is being used on that landscape. My only possible outcome. I can't think of it. Alright, well, I'll hook it back up and we can always check with people over at UDS. I'll at least get it working with everything else. Oh well, is what it is. It's not even that horrible, simply because we already do make changes to the landscape color itself and the grass, so it really, it could be worse. I don't anticipate any problems getting it working with these, like, these stones or anything though. Oh no. They all pull from M terrain? Oh no. That's all their parent material? Ain't no way. Except for this one, not the foliage. Not the foliage. Well, we can at least do that then. Oop, wait, hold on. Hook those up to here first. Before we start to forget where they went into. Metallic, specular, roughness. Subsurface opacity. The emissive color is from here. Normal. World position offset. And subsurface color. And then do a static bool. I'm gonna not have them apply wetness, but I will have them apply snow. Material references too many parameter collections. I know you do. I understand. I know, I get it. Maybe I can grab the wind from somewhere else. Why is it like that? Why can you only reference 2 material parameter collections? Why can't they then just make a material parameter collection that includes multiple parameter collections? Can I not do that? Who's judging me? Is there actually a wind intensity here? There is. I call this instead. I don't know what wind weight and wind speed are though. What is wind weight? The fuck is wind weight? I have wind intensity, wind angle, and wind force. Okay. I think wind force is wind speed. Oh, shit. Why don't I just convert these to static? I mean, I'm not going to modify. Number one, I'm not going to modify them because this is just a temporary map. So why don't I just copy these directly from Now I can get rid of the references and maybe it'll work. I don't know anymore. Okay, wind intensity. Wind weight. Wind speed. Good. What the hell is going on here? Is that how it's supposed to look? Oh. I don't think that's how it's supposed to look. Oh, I think like all the materials from this are just broken as shit. We had such good progress too. Well, you know what? It's not that big of a deal if I don't hook these up with weather. It isn't. We will not be using these materials in the final game anyway. I just thought it would be easy. Clearly, I was wrong in every conceivable way. Yeah, there's something weird with these materials. Um, it would be nice if I could hook them up, but they're a bit restrictive. This is something that I think only somebody who knows what they're doing with art should probably be touching. That is not me. I am not that person. Oh, wonderful. And now this is messing up. Is the game we're playing? Wind lines. MF wind lines. References too many. What the fuck is wind lines? What is a wind line? What do you mean? Wind lines? It ain't referencing shit. What do you mean it's too many? Looks fine to me. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I hate doing materials too. Everything about materials. I'm just gonna get it back to what it was. We're not gonna have weather changing in this demo scene. It doesn't really matter. Really doesn't. Just let it sit there. Let it be. We got the important part done anyway, which was the data layers. Oops. Don't do that. Okay, please. Is anything broken? No. Good. Weather. Off. Weather boxes. Gone. Bye-bye, weather. Not touching you again. That's the important part. That's all that really matters at the end of the day. And we managed to test some really important things. So, switching data layers will retain information with actors that exist in multiple data layers. That is a very, very important thing that we discovered, and arguably one of the biggest unknowns that we had regarding the entire thing. So that's good. That's very, very good. And then what we can do tomorrow is set up the corruption. Yeah, we'll do that. Which is pretty much just going to be a material parameter override in a lot of cases. Like it needs to look like it's corrupted, right? So like some purplish and weird shit occurring. We can switch out some of the, because we have like the corrupted toadstools, we could switch out those for the corrupted variants. We can make more, variants if we want to. We'll see. All right, let me go to the bathroom. We'll wrap this up and, I don't know, maybe do like a Tim Kaine video or something today. I will be back in a second. I'm gonna go wipe my head clear of that frustration. Oh, ooh, put the chair. Perfect. Alright, well, I'm not unhappy with what we discovered today, especially with my first day kind of really messing with data layers. Especially because I think that we found out more good things than bad things. And pretty much the issue with like the landscape material and all the other things, it's really just a problem with the material, not the methodology, I think, itself. Can I get a recap? Well, data layers work. Data layers 100% work. I think that they will be perfect for what we're trying to do. They not only impact, things like monsters and stuff, and of course the coloration, but also interactables. So this is, I think, a very good way to move forward. Like the wheat isn't available during summer, or during winter, but it is there in summer. And if there are ingredients that are supposed to be available in multiple seasons, like the toadstool, they do carry that data over as long as they aren't meant to disappear between seasons. So that's very nice. And as a whole, this is quite performance friendly, since each data layer is loaded asynchronously, and anything that isn't available in that current data layer is just not loaded into memory unless we specifically want to load it and then activate it. So yeah, I think that's a good thing, and then we can use corruption as a separate data layer too for biomes. So if we consider this like the forest biome, then we would just, in the entire forest biome, we would switch between winter, spring, summer, autumn. Or if it's been corrupted, the corrupted variant, of course, depending on the season as well. Are the bushes not turn white? No, because the bushes are from different pack. They don't have the material overrides like these ones do. It's ugly, I know, but assume that in the final version of the game, they would all be using the correct material and therefore turn the correct color. So from a technical perspective, we have correctly identified this as being the method that we would like to use. So it is working. And we know if it can be done with these materials, then it should very much be able to be done with any of the materials. There's some material issue going on that is beyond me and would be fixable by a art director. Have the material override from one bush to the other bush? I don't think so. I don't think it would be that easy. Especially with the fact that these are calling some pretty complex material functions that if I mess with, I don't know, I might be getting into some deep shit. There's a lot of complex stuff here that I don't want to touch, because it would be very easy to break. So we'll leave that up to an art director in the future. But the general idea does work. Okay, let's end that for today. I'm going to do one Tim Kaine video that maybe I can save for release on Monday, since I will be gone on Monday. But that was good progress. We identified the most crucial issues, and now we know more about using data layers and what to go with when we start to move to vertical slice, or at least some information I could pass on to an art director when it comes time to work on the vertical slice. And as wonderful as the materials and assets are from the pack that I got, I think that they are very limiting when it comes to expanding with ultra dynamic sky and weather. So it's good to know too. I won't use these in our main map. I will just use them here and only here. Still worth it though. Sure, save these. Go for it. Go for it, go for it. Oh, it's a bunch of little shit. Oh yeah, all the new content. Well, I will worry about that after the stream. You have to delete some stuff because they've included like the mannequin. You know what? Let me do that first. Let me just do a little bit of asset cleanup. I don't need their existing maps. I don't need their third-person mannequin. That's just going to add more bloat to the project and to the build. Waste of space. Let's see here. Blueprints. I don't know what that is. It's small. Demo, characters, third person, sky, materials. I don't think any of that is necessary. We'll see though. They might be referenced in the map. But I think I'm just gonna force delete and leave the maps untouched. That'll help with some of the space. Next big eater would be textures, but I don't know if we can really safely delete any of those. Wait. How did the percentage of deleting assets go to 116%? You guys see that? It went up to 116% and then went down to 104%. Interesting. We do use the water. I don't know, they're pretty small. It is what it is. Better than nothing. Added in new stylized assets for beautiful corner season corruption map. Okay, 180 megabytes is not too bad for a whole bunch of new assets. I can probably leave everything relating to that level outside of the cook too, so it shouldn't impact build size at all. So we won't use any of it in the main map. Alright then, if you are watching on YouTube, I will end the YouTube recording there. If you are watching on Twitch, stick around and we'll do some Tim Kaine. So say goodbye to YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube friends. Hope you enjoy your 40K bitrate for today. We'll see if it makes the video any better.